30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we are off, guys. We've got your open men onto the floor, guys. Down in lane number 1, Christian de la Cruz. Gregory Roblin in lane number 2. Enrique Sangil in lane number 3. Tyler Tellez in lane number 4. Charles Presley in lane number 5. David Herrera in lane number 6. Phil Delpierre in lane number 7. Matthew Lefebvre, sorry, Matthew, in lane number 8. Nate Vinixai in lane number 9. Jean Brica in lane number 10. Miles McLaughlin in lane number 11. Francesco Davenia in lane number 12. Aaron Summers in lane number 13. Christopher Brand in lane number 14. James Bryan in lane 15. Danielle DeFore in lane 16. Jeffrey Paul Jr. 17. William Pennywell in lane 18. Noam Kirkani in lane number 19. And Santiago Marugo in lane number 20. But coming down right now on the sled, guys, Francesco Davenia.
Down here in lane 7, we have Philip Delpierre beginning his first sled drag. And down here in lane 10 to his left, we have Jan Brica beginning that sled drag.
Miles McLaughlin right behind Francesco. But currently your leader, guys, Francesco Davenia, is joining us all the way from Italy.
Down here in lane 7, Philip Delpierre finishing off that first round, that first sled drag. And now is a minute of rest. "60 seconds rest after they finish each part of this workout. So they just completed 18 calories on the rower, then 18 toes to bar, and then that 90-foot sled drag. And after this minute rest, they will now move on to 15 calories, followed by 15 toes to bar and another 90-foot sled drag. 2.5 minutes in. Down in lane 12, Francisco Davion was your first athlete done. And your second athlete down in lane 7, Phil Delpierre.
Francesco Davenia on his next set of rowing, guys, out of lane number 12. And starting just next to him in lane number 11, Miles McLaughlin and Jean Brica.
Down here in lane 7, Phil Delpierre now beginning his next round, as well as to his right in lane 6, David Herrera. Down in lane 5 now, Charles Presley beginning that second round of 15 calories on the rower. Hand is up for Phil in lane 7. But it looks like down in lane 12, Francesco will now begin his second set of toes to bar all alone on the rig.
Joining him on the party, though, Miles McLaughlin in lane number 11. And a few more boys down here. Noam Kirkani. But who's going to be our athlete back on the sled here, Cam? Mr. Francesco.
I don't know how I feel about this guy with the Miami Heat jersey. I'm a Celtics fan, but he's doing well. I'm rooting for him.
You'll let it slide, right?
I'll let him slide. Here we go, Francesco. Down in lane 11, Miles McLaughlin. Now in lane 10, Jan Brica beginning their second sled drag. And it looks like down in lane 11, Miles might catch up to him. Might get the step. And just a step ahead, he'll cross for that second minute of the rest here. Here in lane 9, Nate Benese on his way back for that second minutes of rest, as well as in lane 8, Matthew Lefebvre. Coming up on 5 minutes in.
So fans, as you saw in that last heat, remember they've got 3 sections to this one with a 60-second strict rest interval to regain that composure before they hit it hard again. And we're on that third and final round for a lot of these athletes where they've got 12 calories on that rower, proceeding on to those either 12 toes to bar or 24 butterfly sit-ups, and that 90-foot sled drag to take this one all the way home.
Athletes, let's remember on that last sled drag, keep your hands in the loops. Hands in the loops on that final sled drag. We don't want to get stopped on that final race to the finish line. Here we go. 3 gentlemen all on the last row. Lanes 12, 11, and 10. And now lanes 9. All beginning that final row of 12 calories.
Cam, if you take a peek at those middle lanes there, lanes 10, 11, and 12, those guys have been pretty close, but Francesco still holding that lead, but it looks like just snuck off him a little quicker was Miles McLaughlin.
Now down here in lane 10, Jan Brika jumping on second. This is going to come down to a tight race on that final sled drag as Jan drops off on that toes to bar for those final 12 reps. And going unbroken, lane 11, Miles McLaughlin will now be the first athlete to the sled, and he will begin his final sled drag to the finish line as we are 6.5 minutes in, making the U-turn.
Just behind him, joining us from the Czech Republic, Jan Brika, but taking that one home, guys, lane 11, Miles McLaughlin, unofficial 6:41.
Jan Brika will take second, and now down here in lane 9, Nate Benisse will begin that turn to take that third place finish. As here in lane 12, Francisco Daviene will now begin that final sled back. And it looks like a couple guys will get ahead of him down near end, Brittany.
Noam Kirkhaney finishes strong. Lane number 15, James Bryan and Mr. Francesco Lavenia will cross that finish line.
Matthew Lefebvre will now get across here. 7.5 minutes in. Nate Benisse getting across just before him as well. And down this way, lanes 4, 5, and 6, all on the sled at the same time. Here in lane 4, Tyler Tellez a few steps ahead of Charles Presley, and Charles Presley a few steps ahead of David Herrera. And Charles Presley turning and burning. Lane 5, who will get across first? Oh, and it looks like down in lane 4, Tyler Tellez will take it just ahead of Presley, and now David Herrera now coming in lane 6. We have 3 more minutes, gentlemen.
Looks like 6:40 was that official finish time, though, for Miles McLaughlin.
Another gentleman coming up on that sled down here. Looks like lane 15. James Bryan. Here in lane 7, Philip Del Pierre beginning that final sled. And here in lane 3, Enrique Sangil.
Christopher Brand making his way back. Christopher is out of Iron Oak CrossFit.
Final sled drag here. A few more steps for Philip Del Pierre. Last few steps. And he gets it just at that 9-minute mark. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our final heat of Opens men's division. Give these guys a hand. Miles McLaughlin will take the event win to start off his second day of competition here at the 2025 tier of Wodapalooza.
awesome.
You want to do time and I'll go down there? These are all good English names. Oh, it's 60. There's a whole bunch of 60s. Yeah. 1 and 11. That's what messes me up when they're registered and they don't show up. But I see someone at the end and there's no one there. I'll call them by 8 or whatever it is, lane 20. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's actually lane 17. What's we good? You want to do the dudes, I'll do the ladies. I'll be down that. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of like what me and Brian did eventually, and then sort of moved into the boys' girl.
Actually, all transitions up till 10:54, they're all going to be 5 minutes.
Now
Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah. We're going to go 11, 5, 11, 5, 11, 5, all the way till 10:50. I set up all of I have it set up till then I have to.
So how did
Uh, myself, no, wonderful.
back at her, eh? Now you're not the horse person anymore?
No,
2 minutes. That was our for a little bit. 1 minute. Hands are starting to warm.
It's crazy. That's unfortunate.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. We got a mix of our Masters men's and ladies division here at the Rain Sandbox taking on the Ocean Drive Drag Race. We have a combination of calories on the rower, followed by toast bar and sled drags at different weights and variations here. Ryan, who do we got down in lanes 1 through 10 for our Masters men division?
The 60 plus, I got Angelo in lane 1. Lane 2, I got Jose Christian in lane 3. Ralph Bass in 4. And Patrick David in 5. The 55 to 59 men. Lane 6, I got Karsten. I got Jay in 7. I got Kelly in 8. Mike Cook in 9. And I got Sean Marsh in lane 10.
Down this way in lane 12, we have Jeanette Perret Gentile. In lane 13, Patricia Kuhlman. In lane 14, Karen Dawkins. And in lane 15, Charlotte Deutsch, all for our 60-plus division. And here in lane 16, Amy Lopez. Down in 17, Alessandra Maselli. In lane 18, Jeanette Pam. In lane 19, Deanna Gaysquire. And in lane 20, Rosa Garcia for our 55 to 59 division. Down this way in lane 16, our first lady for the 55 to 59, Amy Lopez onto that tote bar. Here in lane 18, Jeanette Pam with a hand up.
Right now, I got a little battle going on amongst these Masters men. Lane 1 and lane 4. Angelo Morsetti as well as Ralph Bass.
Here in lane 13, Patricia Kuhlman now onto the sled here. First lady onto the sled for our 60-plus division. And down here for our 55 to 59, lane 19, Deanna Gaysquire. And lane 18, Jeanette Pam. Step for step, rep for rep on this sled jag. And Jeanette Pam will turn and burn and get back to the turf first on this first round here at the sled drag.
Starting to get a little warmer now in Miami on the beach at Wodapalooza. If you guys haven't had a chance, go check out the tier tent. They've actually got 2 tents. They got the main tent, and they've also got their outlet tent. I believe there's 50% off over at the outlet tent. Some of the swag I saw they had from the SoCal event I got to attend back in September.
For our 60-plus division, Patricia Kuhlman finishes that round first. And down here for our 55 to 59, Jeanette Pam finishes second.
Hand up in the air in lane 4 for the second round, Ralph Bass.
Jeanette Pam now beginning that second round on that row here. To her left, Deanna Gaysquire now beginning hers. 12 calories on that rower before they have 12 toes to bar for our 55 to 59 division. Patricia Kuhlman now beginning her second round here. 12 calories on the rower. Patricia Kuhlman has a handful of family competing here. Both her daughters competing this weekend, RX division for one daughter, and then her other daughter in the elite division. One more calorie for Jeanette Pam. One more for Deanna Gaysquire, and Jeanette Pam will get off first. Last calorie for Patricia Kuhlman down here, and she will make it to the toast bar.
Right now for the 60 plus, Ralph Bass just finishing off his second round. Angelo Morsetti as well on his second lap back on the sled pull. And Patrick David now finishing it off.
4 reps remaining for Jeanette Pam down this end for our 55 to 59.
Lost Coast CrossFit athlete Sean Marsh in lane 10. He's going to be
Patricia
your heat
Cole-
leader.
Patricia Kuhlman and Amy Deutsch will now make it to the sled for the second time at the same time. Jeanette Pam in the lead here for our 55 to 59, just ahead of Deanna Gay-Squire.
Karsten from CrossFit front row. He's all done for his 55 to 59 Masters. But right now for the 55 to 59 men, Sean Marsh, he's your leader in that heat. He's in row 10. Sitting back on the rower, ready and attentive for his last row.
Patricia Kuhlman will make it back first for our 60-plus division. Jeanette Pam will make it back first for our 55 to 59 ladies. One more round to go. Nine calories, 9 toes to bar, and a sled drag to the finish.
Right now, Ralph Bass finishing off his third round, Dream Fitness athlete in lane 4. He's going to go sub 6:30 on this workout.
Jeanette Pam beginning her final round just ahead of Deanna Gay-Squire here in lanes 18 and 19. 4 calories remaining left for Pam here as she'll have 9 toes to bar. Patricia Kuhlman, hand is in the air with her final 3 calories of this 9, as well as Amy Deutsch in lane 15. 1 more cal for Kuhlman, 1 more cal for Jeanette Pam, your current leaders in your 60-plus and your 55 to 59. Here we go.
I got 2 athletes that just made the turn on the 60-plus Masters. I got Patrick David just ahead of Angelo Morsetti in lane 1. Those 2 athletes are done just around the 7-minute mark. And in lane 3, Christian Galley from CrossFit De La Pra.
And Patricia Kuhlman on the sled for the final time. 90 feet to the finish line here as we are 7 minutes and 20 seconds in. She will make her way down first 45 feet.
Sean Marsh in lane 10. Lost Coast CrossFit Masters athlete, 55 to 59. He's securing the first place for his heat in lane 10. He's going to be done.
Down this way, we have a race. Jeanette Pam just ahead of Deanna Gay-Squire, and Jeanette Pam will get across to the 55 to 59 for an event win, and Patricia Kuhlman will get across for the 60-plus ladies for an event win. Deanna Gay-Squire rolling in now for that second-place finish. Amy Deutsch, 1 more step, and she will get across.
Karsten from Germany, CrossFit front row. He's all done for the 55 to 59 Masters. Right behind him, Mike Cook from the United States, CrossFit Shapesmith.
Down in lane 20, Rosa Garcia now beginning her final sled drag here. Alessandra Maselli now on her final sled drag. Karen Dawkins gets across lane 14. Two more toes to bar for Amy Lopez here in lane 16. Final sled drag for Amy Lopez here in lane 16. 2 more toes to bar for Jeanette Perret Gentile in lane 12.
Just under 2 minutes remaining, athletes. Under 2 minutes.
Amy Lopez on her way back. 2 more toes to Barbara. Jeanette Perez McGill. Amy Lopez will get across. Final sled drag here. Jeanette Perez Gentile coming from Italy. Lane 12. Final 90 feet, and then she is finished as we have just over 60 seconds to go.
1 minute, athletes. 1 minute.
And she is on her way back. Ladies and gentlemen, a few more feet here for Jeanette Perez Gentile. 45 seconds to go. Few more steps. And she's got it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our Masters athletes coming out for their first event of the day.
Remember when Marilyn Manson came out with like this remix? Like, and in the 90s, I remember I'm like, this is actually, yeah, it's like, this is actually pretty dope, but scary as.
Fucking Maryland.
Now you're like, well,
Kind of like a genius like that.
that way, because those things
90 seconds.
I'll do the boys. No, why not? It doesn't matter to me.
1 minute, athletes. 1 minute. "30 seconds, athletes. 30 seconds. "10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
This is Heat 6, the teens 13 to 15-year-olds. Welcome to Miami. Tier Wodapalooza. This is the Rain Sandbox stage. We celebrate fitness, community, and life. But right now, me as a Canadian, I'm celebrating this sunshine, finally. Thank all the judges, equipment managers, much love to them. Battling through the weather I brought from Canada yesterday.
All right, we got some athletes coming on to the sand already here. Winding down in lane number 4. Wow, Vitor Pacheco joining us from Brazil, but he's going to actually jump up. He's got a couple more reps.
Yeah, it doesn't help when you miss a step, hey?
All right, the boys are on their way down, guys. Down in lane number 8, Mateus Ferrari, just down from him. In lane number 7, Akil Lopez, Maddox Metcalf, and Liam Delaney ripping down with that sled.
Lane 16, Kira McManus from Combat Fitness Stoke flew through the sled pulls in lane 16 from the United Kingdom.
So, guys, just a reminder, they've got a 60-second rest here after they execute that first round there. They finish up their sled pull, and now they're going to go to descending reps of 15 for the gentlemen, 12 for those ladies, and 15 toes to bar, and another sled drag.
Henley Brooklyn now's all done in lane 12 for her first round. CrossFit Redemption. But right now, your heat leader in lane 16, Kira McManus.
Mateus Ferrari out of lane number 8 from Brazil. Looks like he's on his second set of rowing, and joining him to that party down in lane number 7, Akil Lopez.
Right behind Kira. Lanes 13, Ella, Anna in 14, and Alina in 15. All trying to catch up to Miss McManus. And McManus is off her rower onto the toes to bar.
Your T-gentleman leader, Mateus, down in lane number 8, but joining him a few lanes down, Liam Delaney out of CrossFit Wintersville. Just next to him, Akil Lopez.
And the athlete in lane 14, Ana from CT Oriente from Brazil. She's trying to catch up to the lady from the UK, but she is fierce with this sled drag. Kira McManus has done her second round in lane 16.
We got Mateus and Akil down here. Akil is tight on his heels, though, right now.
And Janine in lane 18, she's going to make a move here, trying to be the second athlete done, trying to catch up to Miss McManus. But lane 14, Alana from CT Oriente from Brazil is just ahead of her.
All right, these guys are finishing up down here for the boys, Ryan, with that 60-second rest. And they're going to take that third and final round. We're just approaching that 5-minute mark, as 11 minutes is the cap on this one. No problem. They are close.
Bruna from Brazil in lane 20. She's making the turn for her second round on the sled pulls. I see Scott Panchek walking on the beach there with his team. Mr. Panchek, Mr. Legend. Much love. The Masters triple team are on their way to their stage.
Hand is up, lane number 8, guys. Mateus Ferrari out of Brazil, your current male leader right now. And he's got one final calorie to go. Just next to him, Akil Lopez out of those 15 calories. As we're just at that 6-minute mark, he's going to finalize with those toes to bar and then finish out with that 90-foot sled drag.
And your overall heat leader right now, just over 6 minutes, Kira McManus from the UK, and she is finishing off her third round, and she is done. 6:19 unofficial. And in lane 18 and 14.
Pulling ahead, though, to take a new lead, guys. Akil Lopez out of Mexico has pulled ahead, and he is heading back to finalize, approaching that 7-minute mark.
And in lane 18, my fellow Canadian, Janine, she's done. She got second place.
And taking that one home, guys, Akil Lopez right behind him, Mateus Ferrari and Maddox Metcalf. For those top 3 gentlemen, coming out to finish his final, guys, is Harrison Kennedy out of Combat Fitness Stoke.
Ella Henry just finished just ahead of Olivia Davis.
Liam Delaney out of CrossFit Wintersville, heading back down to finish his final drag. Bradley Bates and Caio Ribeiro. Luca Cerruti on his way back down in lane number 2. And Ewan Kirkpatrick out of CrossFit Coliseum joining us from Canada.
Henley Brooklyn, CrossFit Redemption athlete right now, making her turn on her final sled pull. Let's hear you, Miami. Cheer on these final athletes. And once you guys are done here and you're finished cheering on your favorite athlete, head over to the official tier Wodapalooza store. Get all your official tier Wodapalooza swag. Right now they got 25% off. And I think there's another tent where they have the outlet store and they've got some swag from SoCal for even bigger discount. Get yourself a Patty V or a Lazar Dukic jersey. I believe they have one of those I saw back in the day from SoCal. I think they should start having MC jerseys. Why not celebrate us?
Mike just texted me at 12:25. I have to run over to do elites at that
Okay. Okay.
But I do think I know he.
And then if that's gonna change, like, are you gonna be back after that?
Yeah, I think he just said the 12:25 heat.
I know.
I saw that.
People get their hair braided. I didn't even realize.
Oh yeah, I told my
Have it?
yeah, they have a little hair.
Right there?
I'm like, North Canada, I'll find out.
Right. Where's that hair braid?
It was just like
Right as you
right
walk
around
in
the
the
corner. Yeah, I think they
do
just
the
braiding.
To the right?
You'll see it. It's right next to
Save
you.
you so much time.
I don't know. She did
Matt.
the female. He would have but it was only the first two cover
You
pages.
know how impressed I am? You guys seeing this? I'm really impressed.
Like,
I am
you guys don't know my
You guys have no. I'm just trying to speak my thoughts. I'm telling you. Just
higher than on what it looks like. Not on. That's where you just have you send them the YMC Donald Trump bag.
60 seconds, athletes.
And it was like the most like. He's saying it to me at like it was like 9:30, like 9:30 at night. It came out. Where we were at, so it'd be like 12 o'clock out here.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, guys, we're getting rolling here. Our Masters 50 to 54 right now out on the floor. Down in lane number 1, Craig Robinson. Lane number 2, Michael Dwornik. Lane number 3, Nikolaios Harbilas. Lane number 4, Joel Hughes. Lane number 5, Corey Dagg. Lane number 6, Brian Cheek. Lane number 7, Rodrigo Dos Leon. Lane number 8, Luis Fuchu. Lane number 9, Alex Deviato. Lane number 11, Colleen Elias. Lane number 12, Helen McLeod. Lane number 13, Paola Cerrone. Lane number 14, Kim Nelson. Diana Munoz in lane 15. Keely Ellers in 16. Monica Margliano in lane number 17. Daniela Daiuto in lane 18. Carrie-Ann Harlan in lane 19. And Denise Del Villar in lane number 20. But on to their toast to bar, guys. Lane number 15, it looks like Diana Munoz. Lane number 12, Helen McLeod.
Down here in lane 7, our first gentleman, Rodrigo Dos Leon, coming from Chile, beginning his sled drag here. First 45-foot leg done. And down here in lane 4, Joel Hughes will begin his first sled drag before they get 60 seconds rest. And in lane 8, Luis Fuchu now on to his sled drag.
For the ladies, guys, lane number 17, Monica Marigliano, joining us from Italy, of course. And down in lane number 15, Diana Munoz. Denise Del Villar. And in lane 12, Helen McLeod.
60 seconds rest now after they complete that first round. They'll move on to 15 calories for the gentlemen, 12 for the ladies, followed by 12 toes to bar, and then another sled drag here before they get one more set of 60 seconds of rest, and then 12 calories on the rower, 9 for the ladies, 9 toes to bar, and then a final sled drag to the finish. Just over 2 minutes in. Down in lane 7, Rodrigo Dos Leon was our first athlete onto that sled drag here. Will be the first athlete to begin that second round. We'll get a head start after that 60 seconds rest is up. And here he goes, beginning that set of 15 calories on the rower. Gripping and ripping on this assault rower, everybody.
Pulling on that rower, though, guys. Lane number 15 for the ladies, Diana Munoz. And lane number 12, Helen McLeod.
Hand is up down here in lane 7 as well as in lane 4. Rodrigo Dos Leon and Joel Hughes. But it looks like Rodrigo will be the first athlete on to the toes to bar for that second set. And down here in lane 2, Michael Dwornik coming from Poland onto the bar, second behind Rodrigo. And now Joel Hughes is on there for his second set of toes to bar. And make it down here in lane 6, Brian Cheek.
We got hands up for these ladies, wrapping up that second set of their row, heading over to those toes to bar. But off of her rower, guys, lane number 15, Diana Munoz. And up just ahead of her, Helen McLeod.
Rodrigo Dos Leon now on his way back after a second sled drag, increasing his lead for our gentleman here in the 50 to 54 division. Down here in lane 4, Joel Hughes is in second and will make the turnaround here in lane 2. Michael Dwornik and now Brian Cheek making the turnaround here. Your top 2, 3, and 4 athletes, all behind Rodrigo Dos Leon, who is on his minute rest and has one more round to go to the finish line. Just over 4 minutes in.
Monica Marigliano out of lane 17 on her way back, wrapping up that pull. Helen McLeod out of Claymore CrossFit joining us from the UK.
Patiently waiting in lane 7 as he is in the lead. Rodrigo Dos Leon coming from Chile. His final 12 calories on the rower, and he's waiting, and he is off. 12 calories, 9 toes to bar, 90 feet to an event win. Final row for our gentlemen down here. Brian Cheek in lane 6, Joel Hughes in lane 4, and Michael Dwornik in lane 2. All behind Rodrigo Dos Leon, who has a hand up with 3 calories remaining down here in lane 7. And here he goes. 9 more toes to bar, 90 feet to 100 points. Hand is up. 2 more toes to bar.
Coming down for her toast or for her pull again, guys. Paolo Cerrone from Italy in lane number 13.
Rodrigo Dos Leon, ladies and gentlemen, beginning his final sled drag to an event win. Making his way down. He'll make the U-turn shortly. Joel Hughes, second to the sled. Brian Cheek, third, lanes 4 and 6. But all eyes on Rodrigo Dos Leon as he is on his way back. Taking his time. Enjoying the victory lap as he has a few more steps. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Rodrigo Dos Leon. Event wins 6 minutes and 35 seconds. Brian Cheek now getting the edge on Joel Hughes, and he will get across second for our gentlemen. Joel Hughes will get there third. Michael Dwornik and Nicholas Harbelis will now get across just behind Joel Hughes. 7 minutes in.
Monica Marigliano, lane number 17, is sprinting back to finish. And just a few steps behind her in lane number 18, Daniela Taiuto. But taking that one home, lane 17, unofficial 7-11 for the ladies. Monica Marigliano, and just down from her, Daniela. And then also sprinting that finish on lane number 12, Helen McLeod, and lane number 15, Diana Munoz.
Thank you. I'll see you. Corey Dogg gets across in lane 5. All of our gentlemen on the floor, rolling around after that final sled drag.
Strong finish down there for Kim Nelson out of Christini Athletics. And crossing over that finish line, lane number 11, Colleen Elias.
3 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. One last lady out there on her last set of toast bar. Here we go, down in lane 13. Paola Cerrone.
We're just over that 8.5 minute mark here. But she's finalizing those last few toes to bar here. Judge's hand is up. She's got her final pull, guys. Put your hands together for her last 90 feet here.
Here we go, Miami. Let's make some noise for our last athlete on the floor here for our ladies division.
Paola Cerrone from across the pond out of Raider CrossFit, Porto Antico. Finishing strong here with about a 9 minutes and 30-second unofficial time. And it looks like that will do it for us, guys. Big round of applause to all of our Masters athletes here, guys.
Coming up next, we have our teens division coming out. Teens 16 to 18. Both boys and
Lane 14, Bucaro Pascale in lane number 15, Renee Hoffman in lane 16, Rina Maggio in lane 17, Tatiana Paella in lane 18, and Beth Thomas in lane number 19. 30 seconds.
Ten seconds. Three, two, one, go. Sun is shining in Mexico or in Miami. Tier Wodapalooza. Welcome to the beach stage, the Sandbox stage. This is your 45 to 49 Masters Heat 9 of the day.
Hands are up, they're down in lane number 11, lane number 13, 14, 15, and 16 down here. For these ladies, again, you're watching your Masters 45 to 49 right now.
I'm going to keep my eyes on lane 9 and 8, Josh Petalani and Michelle Gaba. They were one of the first few to the toes to bar, as well as in lane 2, Filippo Manuel.
Guys, if you're just joining us, remember they're going to tackle 3 rounds of this. They start on the rower, 18 calories for the gentlemen, 15 for the ladies, 18 toes to bar, and then they're going to drag that sled 90 feet. They then rest 1 minute. Then they proceed for 2 more rounds of that. However, the reps change, slightly lower each round.
CrossFit Magna athlete Josh Petalani. He's first athlete in lane 8. He's right now your heat leader after the first round.
Heading back for our ladies, though, we got down in lane number 16, Renee Hoffman, Bucaro Pascale, and Angela Salveo as our ladies right now. But pulled ahead there, down in lane number 11, Cinzia Marini out of Italy. Quite the presence from Italy on these last few heats. After they've taken that 60 seconds, they now proceed on to their second set there. 15 calories for the gents, 12 calories for the ladies.
Hands are up in the air for lane 7, but right now your heat leader, Josh Petalani, in lane 8. I had a great conversation yesterday with his wife and son. They're out here watching him in the beautiful sunshine. Athlete from CrossFit Magna. Hands in the air for Josh in lane 8 for his toes to bar.
Looks like your top lady right now is still lane number 11, Cinzia Marini out of CrossFit Porto Sant'Elpidio. And just down the lane from her, lane number 15, Bucaro Pascale from France.
Nice little battle between lane 9 and lane 7. We got Michelle and Michael battling it out.
Pulling ahead for the ladies right now. They're taking a new lead. Angela Salveo in lane number 14, and just 2 down from her, Renee Hoffman. Joining that party just beyond them will be Bucaro Pascale out of lane number 15. And down in lane number 11, Cinzia Marini. They're on their second round here with that 90-foot sled drag. After that sled drag, they're going to take a 60-second breather.
What I love about this age division, that this is my age division. So when I look at these guys, I don't compare myself because I realize I am not the 45 to 49-year-old athlete that I once was. But it's awesome to see families that are supporting their loved ones out here. I love watching it when the wife and kids or the husband and kids are cheering on their family athletes, the gym class hero, as you will. Once again, hand in the air for the last round of the rowing for Josh in lane 8.
Ladies right now, down in lane number 14, Angela Salveo, lane number 14. And in lane number 16, Renee Hoffman for the ladies. Coming down the lane here, Melissa Goodrich. And wrapping up her pole, Rita Maggio.
And right now in lane 8, finishing off his workout, Josh Patloani from CrossFit Magna is done. Unofficial 6:55, sub 7 minutes. And right beside him in lane 9, Michelle Gaba from Heavy Tools CrossFit in once again, Italy. Lane 4, Steven Vassallo, he is done.
Yo, ladies, check her out. Lane number 14 on her third and final sled drag with 7 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. She is going to turn around and take those 45 feet remaining on that sled drag. Angela Salveo. On her heels, Renee Hoffman joining us from Australia. Cinzia Marini and Tamara Lorenzana side by side fighting for the finish. But again, guys, Angela Salveo finishes for those ladies and just crossing over lane number 11, Cinzia Marini, Tamara Lorenzana, and lane number 16, Renee Hoffman. Making her way to that finish line, Bucaro Pascale out of R2 Bastille.
Mamba athlete, lane 10, Rodrigo. He is now across the line. Two minutes, athletes, 2 minutes.
These ladies making their way to the finish. Rita Maggio, Tatiana Paella, These ladies in lane number 17 and 18 also joining us from Italia. And making her way on to that final sled drag, Beth Thomas in lane number 19. And on her way back, lane number 13, Melissa Goodrich.
One minute.
Give it up, guys. Another round of applause for your Masters. 45 to 49 with a strong, strong finish.
I could. Yeah. You need anything?
No, I'm good.
You need anything?
Two minutes. 1 minute. Seconds. Seconds. Three, two, one, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rain Sandbox here at day 2 of the 2025 tier Wodapalooza. We have our masters 40 to 44 men and ladies all on the floor for their first workout of the day. Down in lane 1, we have Jason Ramos Ortiz. Lane 2, Javier Lobera. Lane 3, Robert Kramer. Lane 4, Carlos Ivan Fernandez. Lane 5, Christopher Ballesteros. Lane 6, Alexander LaRouche. Lane 7, Gregory Patier. Lane 8, Wes NG. Lane 9, Fran Granados. And rounding out the men in lane 10, we have Morgan Moreau. For our ladies of our 44 to 40 division, in the lane 11, Anke Sanders. Lane 12, Amanda Flynn. Lane 13, Sarah Caminale. Lane 14, Amy Quinton. Lane 15, Laura Sams. Lane 16, Natalie Reed. Lane 17, Jenny Samaripas. In lane 18, Aubrey Cieto. And in lane 19, Nadia Rocco.
Lane 3 and 11 are our first 2 male athletes on to the sled pull. Sorry, lane 10.
Down here in this way, lane 13, Sarah Caminale, the first lady, onto the sled, and joining her in lane 14, Amy Quinton, and now down in 16, hitting the gas, Natalie Reed.
Robert Kramer from Freedom Point CrossFit. He's going to be actually passed by in lane 1 by Jason Ortiz, White Line CrossFit. He's going to be the first athlete to finish round 1 on the men's side.
Down in lane 12, getting across first, Amanda Flynn. Lane 13, Sarah Caminale and Amy Quinton just behind her. And in lane 15, Laura Sams, your top 3 ladies after round 1. 60 seconds rest before they make it back to the rower for 12 calories, 15 toes to bar, and then another 90-foot drag.
It's warm out now. That wind is gone. The sun is out. Sun's out, guns out.
I'll tell you, Ryan, I went for a little walk before this heat to go grab myself a snack, and it's hot out in the park. It is warm. The sun is shining. The temperature is rising here in the beautiful Miami Beach for day 2. We're going to have a hell of a day.
Right now, I'm going to keep my eyes on lane 1 and 3. Those were your 2 leaders after WOD 1.
Amy Quinton and Sarah Caminale, lanes 14 and 13, your top 2 athletes, and joining them in 15, Laura Sams. And now we're starting to see these ladies begin that second row with Amy Quinton and Sarah Caminil, your top two athletes, neck and neck.
Robert Kramer, first athlete off the rower in lane 3, just ahead of Jason Ramos Ortiz from White Lion CrossFit in Puerto Rico.
Hand is up down here, and Amy Quinton, first athlete onto the toast bar. She'll be about 1 rep ahead of lane 13, Sarah Caminil, your top two ladies. Laura Sams with a hand up, as well as in lane 16, Natalie Reed with 2 calories remaining. And here in lane 18, Aubrey Sieto will now make her way to the toe to bar 4th for our 40 to 44 ladies.
Robert Kramer on his second sled pull. He's about 10 feet ahead of Jason Ortiz, but Jason Ortiz is putting pedal to the metal right now.
Racing to the sleds at the same time, Sarah Caminel and Amy Quinton. And Amy, a couple steps ahead of Sarah here, running with those arms straight out in front before she makes the U-turn for that back half drag. And here she goes. Amy touches, she gets ready to turn it around. Sarah touches, gets ready to turn around down here in lane 16. Natalie Reed, third lady to the sled. And in lanes 15 and 17, Laura Sams and Jenny Samaripas will now get to the sled at the same time. Coming up on 5 minutes in, Amy Quinton is your current leader. Sarah Caminil is second for our ladies. Just over 5 minutes in, all those gentlemen getting ready to turn that sled around and get ready for the final round. 12 calories for gentlemen, 9 for ladies, 12 toes to bar, then a 90-foot sled drag to the finish.
And right now, starting his third round, Robert Kramer, Freedom Point CrossFit athlete. Right beside him in lane 1, Jason Ortiz. Trying to catch up to Robert. But right now, Robert's judges' hands in the air. 3 more calories, 2 more calories left.
Amy Quinton beginning her final row first. For these last 9 calories with a hand up, and to her right, we have Sarah Caminil beginning her row second. 2 calories remaining here for Amy Quinton. She'll have 12 toes to bar before she does that drag. 4 calories remaining left for Sarah Caminil in lane 13. And on to the bar in lane 14 for those final 12 toes to bar, Amy Quinton.
Hands up in the air as well in lane 8 for West Wing.
5 calories remaining for Laura Sams in lane 15.
And right now in lane 3, your heat leader for the men, Robert Kramer, on his last sled drag, making the turn.
And down in lane 13 and 14, here we go. Amy Quinton running to the sled. Sarah Caminil making her way over, but Amy Quinton will get the sled on her shoulders first. And she has this final 90-foot drag. Quick adjustment here and there, step for step. Who's going to make it back first? Quinton a couple steps ahead of Caminil.
And right now, Robert Kramer has opened up the door, dropping some plates on the sand. And right beside him in lane 6, Alexander LaRoche, second, right behind Robert Kramer. He saw the window, saw his chance, and he tried to make it, but Robert Kramer held him off.
Amy Quinton will get across and will take the event and win for our 40 to 44. Just behind her, Sarah Caminil. Here in third, lane 17, Jenny Samaripas will make the turn just ahead of in lane 15, Laura Sams, and in lane 16, Natalie Reed. 3 minutes remaining.
And in lane 9, Fran Granados Bravo Training from Spain is in now, as well as lane 4. Carlos Fernandez, CrossFit Sembat. Also, the Spanish athlete is in.
Jenny Samaripas will get in. Natalie Reed will finish up, and Laura Sams as well. And down here in lane 19, Nadia Rocco. A few more steps for her. And finishing off this final sled drag in lane 18, Aubrey Ciato.
You got lane 12 right now, Amanda Flynn, State 35 fitness athlete. She's on her sled drag. Right beside her in lane 11, Annika Sanders, Black Label Strength and Conditioning from Germany. She's on her last sled drag as well, making the turn. Just under 2 minutes, athletes.
Last two ladies racing to the finish here. Who's going to get there first? Lanes 11 and 12. Anka Sanders and Amanda Flynn. Anka gets the edge. Few more steps for her, and Anka will get across, and Amanda just behind by a second will finish. And ladies and gentlemen, that wraps it up for our 40 to 44 division. Give our Masters athletes a round of applause. We got another heat of 40 to 44 athletes coming on out here to take on that time to beat set by Robert Kramer and Amy Quinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the equipment crew. It's not easy maintaining this sandbox. These guys are going to spend all day out here in the sand, as well as our dark blue judges. Give it up for the judges as well. They spend all day counting your reps. Not everybody clap at once. Let's hear you, Miami. These are all volunteers out here.
I always have to okay, who am I dealing with? Okay, the men, the women. Okay, how do I break down their last name into syllables? I'll write everything. It's like, okay, glass off, Leon. Okay, Tessa, Da.
So our next, after this heat, we have multiple, it's not going to be one division per heat. So it's going to be two easy interviews. So try to do a good job of trying to catch the winner. So we can get the time.
Yeah.
We have intermediates, and then we have 35, 39. So after
Are we on it till now? 5-minute clock still? Okay. Still a 5. Still a 5-minute clock. So that is these 10 after the 11. Now we're top of that. How's your day, Brent?
2 minutes.
That inkling, right? Like just bring it down.
1 minute.
No, you're all good. Thank you. Clear it off like a fart.
You got it right?
You gonna do the countdown? Sure. Or do you want me to? No, I
30 seconds.
You can do the countdown. Sure.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we got our next heat of 40 to 44 Masters Division men and women on to their first workout of the day here for this lovely Saturday at the Rain Sandbox at the 2025 tier Wodapalooza. Lane 1, we have Joan Leon for our men's division. Lane 2, Victor Glassoff. Lane 3, Antonio Bruno. Lane 4, Chicho Quesada. Lane 5, Chris Christini. Lane 6, Bradley Alcock. Lane 7, Paul Delanoy. Lane 8, Renato Fiesa. Lane 9, Rodrigo Ledesma. And in lane 10, Felipe Medina for our men. For our ladies, in lane 11, Camila Alacon. Lane 12, Veronique Antines. Lane 13, Nicole Correro. Lane 14, Susan Black. Lane 15, Chelsea Hansen. Lane 16, Christelle L. Debs. Lane 17, Carly Newlands. Lane 18, Carly DeMonico. Lane 19, Serena Clark. And in lane 20, Katie Levi.
And right now, leading this heat with his first sled pull, halfway done, Chicho Quesada.
Down here in lane 17, Carly Newlands, first lady onto the sled to make the turn here. And to her right, she has Christielle L. Debs making the U-turn back. And in lane 10, your third lady, Camila Alcaron.
Antonio Bruno, he's done. He's right behind Chicho in lane 3.
Down in 17, Carly Newlands will make it back, and Christelle L. Debs will make it second. Down in lane 11, Camila Alacon will make it back as well. 90-foot sled drag done. They'll move on to 15 calories on the rower, then 12 for the ladies, followed by 15 toes to bar, and then another 90-foot drag once this minute of rest has been completed.
Cam, did you see who I was talking to there and over in the tent?
I sure did. A CrossFit legend.
My fellow Canadian from the same hometown, Brent Fakowski's in the house. The professor. He's here watching all you guys at the Rain Sandbox stage. But
Patiently
now,
waiting all these ladies before they begin their second round here on the Ocean Drive drag race at the Rain Sandbox. Folks in the crowd, make sure you stop by the Rain booth, grab yourself an energy drink to keep yourself going for the rest of this day, rest of this weekend.
Right now from Costa Rica. Hands in the air from the judge in lane 4 for Chicho Quesada.
Down here in lane 17, Carly Newlands first hand up with 4 remaining. Down in lane 16, Christelle L. Debs with her hand up with 3 calories remaining before they have 15 toes to bar. In lane 15, Chelsea Hansen, final 3 calories. Down in lane 18, Carly DeMonico. In lane 17, Carly Newlands now onto the bar.
Chicho now in lane 4, trying to increase his lead. First one to the sled pull in the second round.
Also hanging on to this bar for these 15 reps. Down in 15, Chelsea Hansen looks strong on these toes to bar here. Getting up in lane 14, Susan Plack. In lane 16, Christelle L. Debs. Haven't broken yet, but unbroken in lane 17 for those 15 toes to bar. Carly Newlands from Bear Canyon CrossFit, now on the way for her second sled drag, well ahead of the rest of the ladies here in this field.
Antonio Bruno in lane 3. You're going to be your second athlete done. The second round. He's trying to hold off Chris Christini and Bradley Alcock.
Coming up on 4.5 in.
Victor Glassoff now has finished as well. Lane 7 made the turn, as well as lane 1, Jean Leon.
Carly Newlands making it back first. Lane 15, Chelsea Hansen will go second. Christelle L. Debs third, and in fourth, lane 18, Carly DeMonico. Final round coming up after these 60 seconds of rest. Final calorie row for 12 for the gentlemen, 9 for the ladies, 12 toes to bar, then a 90-foot sled sprint to the finish.
And in lane 4, starting off his final row, Chicho Quesada. I just like saying that name, right? If you're going to bring that many people, you got to say it.
He's got a hell of a fan section up there.
I think he's more popular on this stage than, say, Brent Fikowski is.
Carly Newlands beginning her final 9 calories all alone here. She'll get about a good 10 to 20 seconds before the next athlete starts. Christelle L. Debs, Chelsea Hansen, and now in lane 18, Carly DeMonico. Lane 14, Susan Plack. All of our ladies starting around the same time, but it is all eyes on Carly Newlands as her hand is up with 3 cals remaining.
Right now, I got lane 4, last sled pull, last 90 feet. Chicho Quesada.
On to the toes to bar for the final time, Carly Newlands. 1 more cal for Christelle L. Debs and Chelsea Hansen. Chelsea Hansen gets up first. And 1 toe to bar ahead. Carly Newlands of the lead here. Who can hang on for these 12 reps and get to that sled first?
And Chicho Quesada in lane 4. 6:36 unofficial. Bradley Alcock is in lane 6. Lane 3, Antonio Bruno made it across the line. And in lane 5, Chris Christini, my fellow Canadian.
Chelsea Hansen, lane 15, has now taken the lead. 45 feet down, last 45 feet remaining. Down in lane 14, Susan Plack making the turn. Carly Newlands making the turn, but it's all eyes on Chelsea Hansen. Lane 15, she's got a few more steps. Can she get there? And she will get across. Chelsea Hansen makes it across and will take the event win. Lane 15 finishing 7:20 unofficially. Susan Plack gets in behind her. Christelle L. Debs gets in. And a few more steps here for Carly Newlands.
Paul Dallinoy is in now in lane 7, CrossFit Union Square.
Few more steps here in lane 13. Nicole Colorero gets across in lane 13. Down in lane 18, Carly DeMonico finishes. And here in lane 19, Serena Clark, few more steps for her. Couple more ladies finishing off this final sled drag. Serena Clark gets across. Down in lane 11, Camila Alcaron finishes her final sled drag as we are under 3 minutes remaining. One more lady to go. She's got 45 feet to drag. Miami, I need you to make some noise for Veronique Antines finishing off her sled drag. Here we go. You more steps of Veronique. Last couple steps. Here we go. And she gets it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our 40 to 44 Masters Division. Chicho Quesada taking it for the men. And down for our ladies, Chelsea Hansen. Coming up next, we have our intermediates ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to go over and check out the official tier store here at the 2025 tier Wodapalooza. For today and today only, they have a 25% off sale. 25% off sale at the tier, official tier store in our vendor village. Go over and check out and get yourself some swag. You get the opportunity to meet some of CrossFit's fittest athletes. Guy Majeros will be there today. Go over and check out the tier store. It is much hotter like in the park, but I went over to go get something to eat. Oh my god, I walked over to 30 seconds. Just in case. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Cam, we're off. We've got our intermediate women on the floor ready to move. In lane number 1, Sarah Wakeling. Lane number 2, Alyssa Cowlin. Lane number 3, Steph Spitz. Zoe Rolfe in lane number 4. Ashley Ionon in lane number 5. Carolyn Will in lane number 6. Elise Arnall in 7. Paige Holloway in lane number 8. Alondra Makuji in lane number 9. Maria Miranda in lane number 10. Over in lane number 11, Veronica Russell. Josianne Rue in lane number 12. Heather Hessel-Gesser in lane number 13. Jordan Devereaux in 14. Jamie Trout 15. And Brockett in lane 16. Vicky Baker in 17. Jordan Thomas in 18. Maya Hazan in lane 19. And Katie Kalas in lane number 20. Ladies and gents, you're watching your intermediate ladies, and they are ripping ahead already onto those toes to bar. Then they're going to drag on that sled for 90 whole feet.
That's right, Brittany. We got our intermediate ladies out here, our final heat for this. Our previous heat, the time to beat is 7 minutes and 41 seconds, set by Megan Lacey Teague down in lane 14. And it looks like here in lane 14, Jordan Devereaux getting off the sled, or excuse me, off the toes to bar and onto the sled, the same time as our lady in lane 9, as well as our lady in lane 15, Jamie Trout.
Maria Miranda just down from her, guys. Paige Holloway.
Down in lane 14, making the turn and burn. Jordan Devereaux will get there first on this final drag of the sled for this first round. 90 feet complete. Now she has 60 seconds of rest, just under 2 minutes in.
We're just inching in that 2-minute mark, guys. They're finishing up that first round. Again, it's that descending rep scheme for the calories in the toes to bar with a consistency on that sled drag of 90 feet.
After this minute of rest, they have 12 calories on the rower, then 15 toes to bar, followed by another 90-foot sled drag, and then they'll have another minute of rest before the final push of 9 calories, 12 toes to bar, and 90 feet on the sled. 11-minute time cap, 7 minutes and 41 seconds is your time to beat. Down in lane 14, beginning that second row for 12 calories. Jordan Devereaux, and to her left, Jamie Trout, and to her right, Heather Hessel-Gesser beginning that second row.
Taking some strong pulls for these ladies. Holding efficiency, but the great news is they have that rest period so they can really amplify themselves for those 3 rounds. Hands are up on a handful of these lanes here. Lanes 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. But on our toes to bar, guys, looks like down there in lane number 14, Cam, Jordan Devereaux.
Joining her in lane 15, Jamie Trout. First 2 athletes to the toes to bar for 15 reps here. Lane 13, Heather Hessel-Gesser, coming from Ionic CrossFit, beginning her set of 15 toes to bar. And quick break for Devereaux up, and she's finished onto that second sled. Down and back for 90 feet before another 60 seconds of rest. Jordan Devereaux gets to the halfway mark and hits the U-turn, and she will drag back with plenty of time to spare before this minute of rest here. Jamie Trout makes the turn down here in lane 11. Veronica Russell now on the way back.
Paige Holloway right on her heels as well. And turning around quickly, though, Carolyn Will.
Jordan Devereaux in lane 14, shaking it out, getting ready for that final round. 9 calories, 12 toes to bar, and in last sled drag to the finish. She'll have a few seconds on the ladies to her right and left in lanes 13 and 14. Heather Hesselgesser, as well as Jamie Trout. Here we go, ladies. We are 5.5 minutes in, 5.5 to that cap. One more round to go. Time to empty that tank and get to that finish line. And here she goes. Jordan Devereaux, lane 14. Beginning that final row, 9 calories. Down in 11, Veronica Russell now joining her, as well as in lane 13, Heather Hesselgesser. And now in lane 15, Jamie Trout, but the hand is up for Jordan Devereaux in lane 14. 2 more calories to go. 7:41 is the time to beat.
Off of her rower, though, down in lane number 6, Carolyn will jump up to those toes to bar.
Down here, Jordan Devereaux hanging on. Will might be able to get ahead and get into the lead here, but Devereaux jumps back up and she'll have a few more toes to bar left with the hand up as she finishes off, and Will run at the same time as her, and it's going to be a foot race on this sled drag. Devereaux gets it up first as she is going. Who's going to get across?
Carolyn Will, 45 feet down, 45 to go. This is her second round.
Devereaux makes the turn. Can she catch up to Will? Will's going to have a couple feet ahead of her. And it looks like Carolyn will take an event win. 7 minutes and 10 seconds unofficially. Just behind her is Jordan Devereaux in second, 7:16 unofficially. Few more ladies on their final sled drag down here. Down in lane 13, taking third, Heather Hesselgesser.
But guys, we had a strong finish there from Miss Paige Holloway. And just next to her, Elise Arnault. Down Maria Miranda out of CrossFit Soul.
Down this way, lane 16 and 17, M. Brockett and Vicky Baker finishing off their final sled drag, the last 45 feet. We got a few more athletes on the field here. Here in lane 19 on their last toes to bar, May Hazen. Few more toes to bar for May Hazen down here in lane 19. Here we go, final 90 feet for May Hazen in lane 19. More steps, here we go. There we go. Making the U-turn here in lane 19, May Hazen, ladies and gentlemen, give it up. She's got 45 more feet to go. 90 seconds remaining. Last couple steps. Keep digging. Keep digging. A few more steps for May Hayes in lane 19. And May Hazen will get across in lane 19. And that wraps up our intermediate female individuals, ladies and gentlemen. Next, intermediate males coming on out to the Rain Sandbox.
Guys, don't forget to stop at the 511 Tactical booth today. Check out their pretty incredible apparel they've got. Maybe toss in a pull-up challenge for yourself.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, ladies and gents, we've got your intermediate men on the floor right now. As you heard him, starting this workout, Ocean Drive. So we got Gabriel Torres in lane number 1, Santiago Alvarez in lane number 2, Adam Sistek in lane number 3, Juan Garcia in lane number 4, Jacob Wilson in lane number 5, Yuvraj Gill in lane number 6, Daniel Rivera in lane number 7, Samuel Chapdelaine in lane number 8, and Daniel Ramirez in lane number 9, Gilbert Cardenas in lane number 10, Ben Shipley in 11, Federico Tardella in lane number 12, Kevin Alexis in lane number 13, Giuseppe Di Turo in lane number 14, Haifara Borin in lane number 15, Carlos E. Olivares in lane number 16, Jacob Smith in 17, Pedro Jimares in lane number 18, Gabriel Ricciardi in lane 19, and in lane 20, Sebastian Dayub. The gents are on their toes to bar.
Down your way, lane 14, Giuseppe De Toro was the first athlete onto the toast bar here for 18 reps before they move on to this sled for that 90-foot drag. And here comes Giuseppe. Down here in lane 4, Juan Garces from K2 CrossFit now beginning his 90-foot drag.
Just next to him, guys, Kevin Alexis right on his heels, taking a little bit of a lead there. And in lane number 11, Ben Shipley will make some moves.
Down in lane 2, Santiago Alvarez will jump into that top 3 mix as he gets across and will now begin his minute rest, 1 minute and 51 seconds in. 1 minute rest for all of our athletes now, and they'll begin their 15-calorie row, 15 toes to bar, 90 feet on the sled for round 2 in a few short moments once those 60 seconds are up. Down this way in lane 4, Juan Garces, as well as in lane 2, Santiago Alvarez. First 2 athletes down this end of the floor, making their way to that first minute of rest.
As they take that 60-second break. However, taking those first few pulls, guys. Down in lane number 13, Kevin Alexis. Down in lane number 11, Ben Shipley. Starting those pulls.
Down here in lane 2, Santiago Alvarez beginning his row, but as well as in lane 9, Daniel Ramirez coming from Magma CrossFit in Colombia, now beginning his second round. 15 calories and 15 toes to bar. This middle set of toes to bar has been a real separator for our intermediate and our masters division. We'll see who hangs on for all 15 reps and gets right on that sled.
Off his rower, though, lane number 13, Kevin Alexis out of La Puente CrossFit.
Down here in lane 2, Santiago Alvarez now joining, and in lane 9, Daniel Ramirez. But here in lane 8, Samuel Chapdelaine coming from Canada now on the bar.
On to his sled, though, Cam. Taking a pretty solid lead. Kevin Alexis on his heels, however. Ben Shipley. And now they're lane number 1, Gabriel Torres.
Santiago Alvarez now on the way down to make the turn. Here in lane 9, Daniel Ramirez about a step behind Alvarez. But our boy Kevin Alexis in lane 13 is racing through this sled drag and will now make it back for that minute of rest before the rest of the field. Coming up on 5 minutes in. All of our athletes dragging the sled back to get back to that final minute of rest before the final part of this workout. 12 calories, 12 toes to bar, 90 feet on the sled to the finish. Kevin Alexis, your overall leader in lane 13. Santiago Alvarez as well as Daniel Ramirez in lanes 2 and 9. Your second and third place leaders in this heat. Coming up on halfway to that time cap, 5.5 minutes in. Down in lane 13, beginning that round, but it looks like he's got some company down your way, Britt, in lane 15.
He's pushing forth. But on his third row there, guys, or next row, I should say, Kevin Alexis. And down in lane number 11, Ben Shipley. But we got a hand up now for Kevin Alexis.
Last 2 calories for Daniel Ramirez in lane 9. Santiago Alvarez onto his final row. And Daniel Ramirez in lane 9 gets to the bar. He'll be a rep behind Kevin Alexis. And joining in lane 11, Ben Shipley. Final 12 toes to bar, and it's going to come down to a race through the sand. And that's why they call it the Ocean Drive Drag Race. Final sled.
Here he comes, guys. Lane 13, but hungry on his heels. Out of lane 8, Sam Chapdelaine.
Daniel Ramirez on the final turn from lane 9. Can he catch up to Kevin Alexis? Who will get across first? Oh! And they both get across around the 6:51 mark. We're going to have to bring it to the stopwatch, but 6:51 will be our time to beat for this next heat. Kevin Alexis and Daniel Ramirez. Final sled down here, lane 10. Gilbert Cardenas. Santiago Alvarez in lane 2, beginning his final sled, as well as down here in lane 3, Adam Satek. Coming up on 8 minutes in, 3 more minutes. And sticking the leg out to get that final second, lane 7. Daniel Rivera. Here we go. We got a few more gentlemen. Lane 1, finishing up those last set of toes to bar, Gabriel Torres from White Lion CrossFit. A couple more folks on the sled. Final 4 reps for Gabriel in lane 1. Gabriel Torres coming from Puerto Rico, White Lion CrossFit.
It looks like Sam Chapdelaine, 6:51.31, and just behind him was Sam Shipley with just a fraction of a second.
Down here in lane 1. Final sled drag for Gabriel Torres, everybody. Here we go, Gabriel. Last couple steps before that U-turn. And he's halfway. He's got to turn that sled around. Final 45 feet. He's going to have about 90 seconds to do it, folks. I need you to make some noise for Gabriel Torres, lane 1. Final sled drag. Coming up on the final 60 seconds. Here we go, Gabriel.
Bring him on home, guys.
Here we go, Miami. Can we make some noise for Gabriel in lane 1? Final couple feet left. Here we go. Last couple steps, and Gabriel Torres will get across. 10:20 unofficially. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our intermediate men.
Time to beat on that one. It's going to be 6:51. Sam Chaptalan taking that one home. Joining us from Canada. RX ladies, ready to rumble here, guys. On our Ocean Drive sled drag.
40 seconds. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, guys, they are off. RX ladies out here on the floor. Let's start with down lane number 1, Gracie Strachan. Helody Serene in lane number 2. Lilia Galchenko, lane number 3. Gillian Volts in lane number 4. Michelle Washington in lane number 5. Ellen Marwick in lane number 6. Sarah Firestone in lane 7. Lucia Sell in lane number 8. Emma Armstrong, lane number 9. Anna Rebizant in lane number 10. Alina Ward in lane number 11. JC Kuhlman in lane 12. Victoria Robertson in lane number 13. Mackenzie Gear in 14. Rosalie Belanger in lane number 15. Caslin 16. Valerie Gunning in 17. Kelsey Hayes, Callie Shear, and Kalela El Nagar in lane number 20. But they're on to their toes to bar with no time to waste.
These RX women are in full beast mode to this beautiful Sunday Miami at Tier Wodapalooza on the Rain Sandbox stage. And right now in the green in lane 6, Elian Marwick, your athlete just hauling with the sled, as well as in lane 4, full sweatpants, Jillian Volts, CrossFit Thoroughbred. Making the turn in lane 5, Michelle Washington. Finishing off her first round. And you'll see also these athletes are starting to add load as they go. So the next round, they're going to add a 45-pound plate. And then the next round after that, for the final round, they're going to add 2 plates to their sleds.
Holes are being taken, guys. Down in lane number 13, Victoria Robertson. Lane number 10, Anna Rebizant. Just down from Anna, you got Emma Armstrong. Getting ready to jump off and take on their 18 toes to bar and a slightly heavier load on that sled drag.
Once again in lane 6, Elian Marwick. She is your first athlete to the toes to bar, holding that first place in this heat. As well as in lane 4, Jillian Volts, CrossFit Thoroughbred athlete.
Victoria Robertson moving quick on her toes to bar down there in lane number 13. And lane number 10, Anna Rebizant.
And Elin from CrossFit Dundee in the United Kingdom. She's leading right now this heat. Making the turn on her 90-foot drag, 45 feet more to go. Right behind her, Jillian Volts. Michelle Washington, lane 5, making her way across.
Anna Rebizant. Right next to her, guys, Emma Armstrong. Taking that breather where they're going to all tackle their third and final round with a even heavier sled for this last one.
And Helody Sirene in lane 2. She's across the line for her second round. Athlete from Canada. Leah Galchenko now is across the line in lane 3. But right now, getting off the road on her last round of Toast Bar in the green bottoms and top, your heat leader, Elin Marwick from CrossFit Dundee.
Hands are up, though. Lane number 13, Victoria Robertson. She's ready to jump off of that rower. But down in lane number 9, Emma Armstrong jumps up for her toes to bar.
And lane 6, trying to finish strong to set the time to beat in lane 6 is Elin Marwick. And trying to chase her down in lane 4, Jillian Volts has been right behind her this entire workout.
Side by side, guys, down here. Emma Armstrong. Next to Emma is going to be Anna Rebizant. And they are almost side by side, but slightly pulling ahead as Anna Rebizant out of Undefeated Health and Performance out of Canada.
That's right. Rebizant's taking the low center of gravity approach, getting nice and low, digging deep. And Rebizant now passing Emma in lane 9.
Rosalie Belanger in lane number 15, also on her way back. She's moving with some speed here, pulling a little bit ahead. And it's going to be a tight one, guys. But Emma Armstrong taking that one, and just next to her, Anna Rebizant. And down the road, Rosalie Belanger in lane number 15. Lane number 13, Victoria Robertson to cross. And JC Kuhlman.
Jillian Volts had a little bit of a drop of the plates in lane 4, but she's got them going again for that last 5 feet of the sled pull. Shell Washington as well. She's coming through her sled drag. And in lane 2, Helody Sirene from Quebec, Canada. Trying to dig deep, getting low on that sled in lane 2. And another Canadian in the sequence, bright pink in lane 3, also from Canada, Miss Galchenko. Digging deep on her last sled pull, as well as Michelle Washington.
Couple more toes to bar for Callie Sherrill out of CrossFit Grandview. And she's going to take that sled for one more ride.
She's got 90 seconds.
Almost to that 40 and then 45-foot mark for Callie. She's going to turn it around and take this one all the way home.
1 minute, athletes. 1 minute remaining.
Get behind her, Tier Wodapalooza.
Let's hear you, Miami!
Last few steps. And Callie will finish that one strong and under that 10:30 mark.
30 seconds.
And that will do it, guys. Big round of applause for our RX ladies. Stick tight. We got one more heat of RX women coming out on to the Sandbox here in just a few short moments.
Just under 2 minutes, athletes.
I thought we were on a 5-minute clock. Not on a 5-minute clock? I'd be freezing my ass off in Atlanta right now. I could be here.
Guys, don't forget to register at the Army truck today. You can win a Yeti cooler. Yes, there are some of the best coolers out there. And meet the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team. Again, stop by the Army truck today. Also, they've got daily prizes and a fitness challenge. So pop on over to the U.S. Army truck today.
1 minute.
I know, they keep blowing up apparently. He said they're just flipping like this. I thought they flew off.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
We've got our second, guys, and last heat of RX women out here. In lane number 1, Chauncey Nelson. Lane number 2, Amara Wiley. Carolina Martinez in lane number 3. Laura Mugnier in lane number 4. Casey Wells in 5. Kendall Gilmore in lane number 6. Hannah Phipson in lane 7. Tracy Johnson in lane number 8. Sydney Sanders in lane 9. Miley Wade in lane number 10. Rachel Klausing in lane 11. Paige Henry in lane number 12. Ashley Engel in lane 13. Sarah Hogue in lane 14. Lindsay Lane in lane 15. Hannah Erickson in lane 16. Kayla Kelly in 17. Isadora Marquez in lane 18. Caroline Ferreira in lane 19. And Caitlin Bonwart in lane number 20.
I got a couple of first athletes in lane 13 and lane 6. Kenda Gilmore, as well as lane 13, Ashley Angel. They were the first 2 athletes to the Toes 2 bar. One athlete I noticed in the Cuban press that did well in the sand was in the bright yellow paint, or yellow and green, whatever you want to call it, the lime green, was Rachel Klausing from 8th Day Gym. She did really well in the Cuban press yesterday. Keep an eye on her. But right now, your heat leader in lane 6, Kendall Gilmore, Rhino CrossFit.
Side by side down there, Rachel Klausing, Paige Henry, and Ashley Engel wrap their sled up, and they're going to load up for a little bit heavier on this next run. They've got that 60-second breather here to prepare for that second round, where they've got 15 calories on the rower, followed by those 18 toes to bar. But pulling strong, Sarah Hogue, Rachel Klausing, and many to follow.
Hands up in the air once again for Kendall Gilmore from Rhino CrossFit in lane 6. Hands up in the air for Rachel in 11, as well as Paige in lane 12.
On to her bar, guys. Rachel Klausing on her toes to bar down in lane number 11. Stepping up to the plate, you got Sarah Hogue. And local Team Soul, Paige Henry in lane number 12.
It sounds like Paige has got a pretty big group out there. We better get loud.
Rachel Klausing, tight on her heels, ready to pull that second round of her sled drag. As
But just
ahead
of her in lane 6, Kendall Gilmore trying to hold Rachel off, but Rachel just keeps coming every round. Casey Wells now touch and go, as well as right beside her in lane 7. Hannah Phipson, Jim 1971. And in lane 2, trying to keep up and almost pass him, Amara Wiley. And I think we're going to see a nice little race here between Kendall Gilmore and Rachel Klausing in 11. So keep your eyes on lane 6 and 11. But really, if you want to get this place loud, all you got to say is Paige Henry from Team Soul.
Hands up for Rachel Klausing. But jumping off her rower, guys, Kendall Gilmore.
Kendall Gilmore, first athlete to the toes to bar, right behind her in lane 14 and then 11. Sarah Hogue trying to pass Rachel Klausing. Sarah Hogue hanging on to that bar, unbroken. And right now in lane 14 from True North CrossFit up in Canada. She is grabbing the sled, but also Kendall Gilmore from Rhino CrossFit right beside Sarah Hogan. Now Rachel Klausing
This is gonna be a
also
close one, Ryan.
grabbing, and as well is Miley Wade.
Out of True North CrossFit, though, Sarah Hogue is matching up still side by side with Kendall Gilmore. And Sarah Hogue, ladies and gentlemen, takes that one official.
Oh, Canada da.
7:30.
And trying to hold off Miley Wade is Rachel Klausing in 10 and 11.
Rachel Klausing and Miley Wade crossing at almost identical times, and Ashley Engel shortly after.
Rachel Klausing just sticking that leg out in time.
Paige Henry crossing over.
Atta girl, dig deep here, dig deep.
And a strong finish for Isadora Marquez down in lane number 18.
Amara Wiley making the turn right now in lane 2.
And Caroline Ferreira will cross over down in lane number 19. And in 16, Hannah Erickson, and just behind her, Caitlin Bonwart.
Two minutes, athletes, 2 minutes.
Miami, let's get behind these ladies as they take their final few steps. We're at past that 9-minute mark. And she will cross Laura McNair. And just down from her, Carolina Martinez. And it looks like that will do it. Another big round of applause for our RX ladies.
have mic now?
Yeah. Well, that's the only content I am yet, because that was one. Yeah, no problem. You guys need an Yeah, I asked them. They want to try and get it.
Put it right next to there. Yeah, not on the plastic. No, behind the side. Yeah. Going on. I'll take a break because you need. I was gonna say, is it okay if I leave now? Yeah. And then that way I can get there by. Is this the next heat? Yeah.
Good, how are you doing? Everything going okay, guys?
I think so.
Oh, good. All right, just let us know, please, if you need anything to make your jobs, lives easier, better. In any way. Hey, man, I'll see what I can do.
Some touchscreen.
All right. Now we're getting there. I'm first in line for that. Okay. I'm just kidding.
No, it's good.
Great. Okay, you got your sunscreen.
I guess that's good.
Have you been drinking water?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you mean you think so?
I mean, I just.
You never know if it's enough.
Sorry, I ran over to do Elite with Chris. And
Okay, well,
the 4-minute clock, guys.
Well, please take care.
90 seconds coming up.
Thanks for your hard work, guys. I'll see you later. Yeah.
See you.
Do you want to do an I'll look at us food, or what do you want?
I've got my.
Oh, okay.
90 seconds.
We'll take it over. Right.
1 minute.
Perfect. You'll love this. Like, team on 5. Sorry? Team on 5. Here's the guy. Yeah.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, Cam, we are off. 7:41 is the time to beat on this one. By Guy Dominguez on that last round. So let's see who's going to take this one here. But in lane number 1, we got Mark Tabaka. Lane number 2, Vinicius Solben. In lane number 3, Carlos Daniel Ocampo Uloa. Stephen O'Brien in lane number 4, Peyton Lunsford. 5, Jeremy Guizzala. In lane number 6, Jordan Chenier. In lane 7, Ricardo Marquez. In 8, Thomas Sandoval. In lane number 9, Ryling Humringhouse. In 10, Ty Jenkins. In lane 11, Mike Scancarello. In lane 12, Nate Scola. In 13, Christian Ramon. In lane 14, Kevin Goslin. In lane 15, Jackson Miller. In lane number 16, Gabriel Matu. In lane 17, Johnny Charles. In 18, Olivier Carrier. In lane 19, and Damian Conciatori in lane number 20. The boys are off onto their toaster bar and ready for that sled drag.
Down here in lane 16, Jackson Miller, first gentleman onto the tow bar as he'll make his way to the sled, going 21 unbroken here, dragging 90 feet down and back, and then he will get that 60 seconds rest as he is running down the field for this 90-foot sled drag. And now we see a gentleman coming on out for these final 90 feet before they get a minute of rest. Down here in lane 2, Vinicius Stolben finishing off that sled.
They're coming in droves right now with that sled, hungry for that 60-second reprieve. And then they jump into round number 2.
Gentlemen, make sure when you turn that sled, those plates are stacked on tight. Few gentlemen are back now from that 90-foot drag. Jackson Miller, your current leader in lane 16. Seeing some rowing down your way, Brittany.
Olivier Carriere on his pulls in lane number 19 and lane number 13, Nate Scola. Lane number 14, Christian Ramon. And starting down in lane number 15, Kevin Goslin.
Down this way in lane 5, Peyton Lunsford beginning his second round.
But
here in lane 4 as well, Steve O'Brien onto that row for 18 calories, and they'll have 18 toes to bar.
But guys, with the lead right now, you got Jackson Miller down in lane number 16 out of Diablo CrossFit. On his second round of toes to bar, he's got 18 of them to complete.
Down here in lane 13 on his bar, Nate Scola. And over this way, this side of the floor, in lane 1, Mark Tabaka. In lane 2, Venetia Stolben onto their second set of toes to bar for 18 reps.
Here he comes, guys. On his next round of that sled drag, Jackson Miller with a solid lead right now. And on his heels, a little bit about 45 feet back, is going to be Nate Scola out of Team Soul.
Down here in lane 1, Mark Tabaka now catching up in that top 3 as he is 45 feet down on this sled, making his way back.
And Jackson Miller, ladies and gentlemen, unofficial. Looking about a 4:25.
One more minute of rest before they have that final round. 15 calories on the rower, 15 toes to bar, 90-foot sled drag. Jackson Miller coming back, as well as Mark Tabaka so far, your top 2.
Looking at some very consistent splits for these guys, finishing up that 2 and 3 round. So let's see how this intensity rises for their third and final round.
Coming up on 5 minutes in, approaching that halfway mark of 5.5 minutes. After this minute of rest, it is all gas and no brakes for those final 15 calories on the rower, 15 toes to bar, and that 90-foot sled drag to the finish line for our gentlemen. We'll see who begins this row. Down in lane 16, Jackson Miller. Final 15 calories. Mark Tabaka in lane 1, final 15 calories, about 3 or 4 pulls behind Jackson.
Lane number 13, Nate Scola as well. And joining behind him, Ty Jenkins. Hand is up, though, for Jackson Miller. With some really strong pulls, 1 more calorie, and there he is. He's going to jump up for those toes to bar. Still
2 more calories for Mark Tabaka in lane 1. Now onto the toes to bar. Mark Tabaka in lane 1, trying to catch up to Jackson Miller as he's still going unbroken here. Who will get to the sled first?
A strong set for Nate Scola down there in lane number 13.
Down in lane 1, Mark Tabaka. Now on to the sled first. 6 minutes and 41 seconds in. Starting to see another gentleman come on out down in lane 11.
Mr. Ty Jenkins.
Mark Tabaka will get to that 45-foot mark first, making the U-turn. 4 plates on his back as he's dragging down.
Ty Jenkins, though, turning that one around. And just behind him, guys, in lane number 10, Riley Humringhouse.
Down in lane 1, make some noise. Mark Tabaka will get across the finish line, 7:19 unofficially. Lane 1. Good for a first place finish in the Ocean Drive sled drag.
Ty Jenkins finishing just behind him. And down there in lane number 19, Olivier Carrière finishes as well under that 8-minute mark. And Nate Scola finishing strong. Final few steps here for Jackson Miller.
Down in lane 10 on the way back for the final time, Riley Humringhouse. Trying to catch up in lane 6, Jeremy Guazilla.
Damien down in lane number 20. Almost to that line, but crossing over in lane number 9, Thomas Sandoval.
2.5 minutes to go. Peyton Lunsford on the way back, final 45 feet. Thomas Sandoval in lane 9, final 45 feet as he makes the U-turn with the sled.
Gabriel Mathieu on the heels there of Johnny Charles. Johnny will finish. And Olivier Carrière from Canada to finish out of lane number 17.
Here in lane 8, Ricardo Marquez finishing off this final sled drag. Miami, I need you to make some noise to get him through these final 20 feet. He is almost there. Head down, digging the feet down. Here we go, Ricardo. Final 90 seconds. He's got a few more steps. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Down here in lane 3, Carlos Daniel Ucampaulula. Final athlete on those toes to bar for his 15 reps. He's going to have just over 60 seconds here in lane 3 to finish off this final sled drag here. Toes to bar done, and he is on the sled for the final time as he will have 60 seconds for these 90 feet, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Get as far as you can. 30 seconds. There we go, Carlos. Final 15 seconds, brother. Get as far as you can. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our RX men, everybody. Mark Tabaka, 7:19 unofficially, lane 1. Is that the last seat RX? Ladies and gentlemen, we have our Open Masters team coming out next in the next 15 minutes. In the meantime, make sure you go check out the tier store. 25% off everything today. 25% off everything today. 25% off. You can check out the small outlet store as well. 50% off all clothing, all gear. And you never know who you might meet when you go down there. Plenty of athletes coming by for some meet and greets and to sign some event merchandise. 3 minutes, athletes. 3 minutes.
Sleep better, train smarter, live faster, feel happy. Understand, optimize your sleep. Keep a culture of insight. Stay inside. Get a 360 view of your training programs. Never miss a second of data with a wireless and waterproof charger. Expect all new features all the time.
God bless your heart.
Dude, I'm like low fucking energy right now. Here you go. Want me to hang on to this and I'll shovel and then we'll flop? Yeah. Is that cool? Yeah. Pretty good?
Minutes.
Oh no! Hope everybody else does the same. I like this runner a lot. Very.
I love it.
It was good, and I like it. Nobody ever said that shit. How much did they pay them to say that? Nobody likes that. I like it. It feels good. Nobody elects. You go. You can run outside, or you can run on the assault rider. Everybody will run outside. Yeah.
"60 seconds, athletes."
Otra pierna vaya. La mano en la rodilla.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by, teams. 3, 2, 1, go. We are back out on the sandbox for the block party. We got team block carries and sled drags at 90 and 45 pounds. 21 pull-ups. First athlete does 9. Second one does 7. Last athlete does 5. And then we have a team block carry and sled drag, and then 21 synchro burpees. 3 rounds for time with a 14-minute cap. Lane 1, we have the CrossFit Southie Duncan Ducktails. Lane 2, Real G's Don't Die. Lane 3, CrossFit Bear. Lane 4, Dad Bod 3, Father Figures Gone Wild. Lane 5, the Breaking Backs. Lane 6, Primitive Apes. Lane 7, the Townies. Lane 8, Mycroft Mayhem. Lane 9, Pacemakers in your final Open Masters men team. In lane 10 is the 50 Shades of Gains. Lane 13 for your Open Masters teams, women, Salus Rock Miami. Lane 14, Grayin' and Slayin'. Lane 15, Age Cheese Me. Lane 16, Gym Boss Babes. Lane 17, Girls Who Overheat. And lane 18, the Lady Bulbs. Starting to see some block carries back here, as well as some sleds. Athletes can take the blocks or sleds in any form or fashion. When they get back here, they have 21 synchronized burpees once all objects are back. "21 burpees together and down here in lane 10. 50 Shades of Gains beginning their 21 burpees in round 1 as we are 1 minute and 45 seconds in. 2 minutes in. Once they finish these synchro burpees, 2 athletes facing one block, 1 athlete on the other. All 21 burpees. They will then bring the blocks back as well as the sled and then perform 21 pull-ups again. 9, 7, 5. And down in lane 10, our first gentleman's team, 50 Shades of Gains. On to the burpees first, and down here for our ladies. Lane 17, girls who overheat. First team on to the burpees for our Open Masters teams. Final 3 burpees here in lane 10. For 50 Shades of Gains, at those 3 burpees, that marks round 1. And here they go, grabbing the blocks, grabbing the sleds, dragging it down, on the way for round 2. And this gentleman carrying both blocks, looking like he's carrying all the goods from the groceries at once so he doesn't have to make a second trip. Down in lane 9 for our gentlemen, the pacemakers making their way back down. And our ladies, I see a couple hands in the air. Lane 16, the Gym Boss Babes finishing off their burpees here. Lane 16, Gym Boss Babes grabbing all their stuff to carry, all their blocks and sleds. All the gentlemen on their way back for that second round as we are 4 minutes in. Down in lanes 9 and 10. Finishing off those pull-ups and now dragging those blocks and sleds back once they finish off their set of pull-ups. And here in lane 10, all 3 athletes on the way back, still carrying both blocks, 140 pounds for this athlete here. The Townies from Monument Fitness on the way back. Finish off this carry here to begin their burpees. But down in lane 10, 50 Shades of Gains here in lane 10 onto their burpees to finish off that second round. 21 synchro burpees over these blocks as we are 5 minutes in. Down in 16, the Gym Boss Babes making their way back for this final carry of the second round before they begin their 21 synchro burpees. 5.5 minutes in, we got a 14-minute cap on this piece here. 10 burpees down for 50 Shades of Gains for our Open Masters men's division. Gym Boss Babes waiting for their third lady to come on down so they can begin their 21 synchro burpees in round 2 as they're in the lead. To the left of them, Aged Cheese Me in lane 15. One more block to carry before they can begin their burpees, and the Gym Boss Babes got all their items back and begin those 21 synchro burpees. Here in lane 9, the pacemakers with a hand up. 3 reps remaining. 4 more burpees here in lane 10 for 50 Shades of Gains. And down here in lane 8, as well as in lane 9, Mycroft Mayhem and the pacemakers now. The Townies in lane 7, making their way back with all their items, both blocks being carried by one athlete, a sled and a block being carried by the other. The Townies will make it back first, completing that second round. And then down here in lane 9, the Pacemakers. And now here comes 50 Shades of Gains, your top 3 men's teams. Down this way for our ladies. Gym Boss Babes, Age Cheese Me, and Grayin' and Slayin'. Here in lane 17 as well, finishing up on those burpees, Girls Who Overheat. Well over halfway, 7 down, 7 to go. Here in lane 9, beginning their pull-ups, butterfly style here. The Pacemakers, as well as in lane 7, the Townies. Townies finished with all their pull-ups, and they will move back all their objects. One block is down, another block coming, the sled on its way. Pacemakers on their way back, moving all their blocks and their sleds as we are 8 minutes in. The Townies on their final round. 3 rounds for time, 21 synchro burpees. And here come the Townies. And the Townies in the lead right now for the gentlemen here. Down our female end of the floor, Gym Boss Babes as well as Age Cheeseby on the way back to begin that final round. But it's going to be the Townies for our gentlemen in lane 7 on the burpees first. Pacemakers second. Oh. 12 down for the Townies. Five reps here for the Townies. Two reps left for the Townies here for Monument Fitness. One more burpee to go. And they got to run back to the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up in lane 7 for the Townies for Monument Fitness. 9:42 unofficially. Last 3 burpees for the Pacemakers. One more burpees for the Pacemakers. Final burpee for the Pacemakers. And now they got to run back to the finish line just over 10 minutes in. Down in lane 9, the Pacemakers will take a second place finish for the men. 10:09 unofficially. Under 4 minutes to go. Lane 17. Girls Who Overheat onto that final set of pull-ups. Lane 15. Age Cheese Me. Get all their items back, but it'll be lane 16. Gym Boss Babes beginning that final set of burpees for our ladies. Breaking backs on the way down. It's a foot race. Who's going to get there first? 50 Shades of Gain and Breaking Backs running at the same time, as well as the Primitive Apes. And here comes in lane 8, Mycroft Mayhem. And down in lane 2, Real G's Don't Die. The Gym Boss Babes and Aged Cheese Me. Final set of burpees rep for rep with each other. Down in lane 1, CrossFit Southie, Duncan DuckTales finishing off on those burpees. Down in lane 3, CrossFit Bear finishing off on their final set of burpees. And it's going to be a race for our Open Masters ladies over here. Rep for rep. Girls Who Overheat, Gym Boss Babes, and Age Cheese Me. All burpee for burpee. And I see a hand up, lane 16. Gym Boss Babes. Final 3 reps remaining. 5 reps remaining in lane 15 for Age Cheese Me. And now the Gym Boss Babes will run across the finish line. Here we go, ladies, get across. Gym Boss Babes will take it. 12:04 unofficially. Under 2 minutes to go. Last burpee for Age Cheese Me. And here they go. Second place finish for Age Cheese Me, lane 15. We are coming up on the final 90 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. "90 seconds, 90 seconds." Final 60 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Miami, make some noise for our Open Masters teams. We got a couple ladies teams still on the floor. CrossFit Bear for our gentlemen still on the floor here as we are under 1 minute. And here comes down here in lane 17. Girls who overheat. And CrossFit the Bear down in lane 3, finishing off with 30 seconds to go. "15 seconds. Down in lane 18, finishing off Lady Bulbs. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our Open Masters teams. The Townies will take it for the gentlemen, and for our ladies, Gym Boss Babes will take it. An event win here at the Sandbox at the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza.
right now, entering the sandbox. Athletes, 1 minute. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Three, two, one, go. All right, guys, we are off right now. You are looking at your open teams of women right now. As you see, they're going to come through and grab those blocks and drag that sled. They can do this in any fashion that they want, but they're going to meet down there at the end where they each have a specific amount of pull-ups to execute. As you'll see, one athlete is going to have a respective amount of pull-ups. Athlete number 2 as well. Athlete number 3. They first got to get that sled and those blocks back onto the equation before they can start those pull-ups. Lots of teams already on that bar here for these open teams of women. Once they complete their respective amount of pull-ups, they then take their block and their sled, dragging it back, where they're going to then tackle synchronized burpees. We got a couple teams coming back here and ready for those burpees. And the ladies down in lane number 9, guys. Toka Bakasite is going to start their 21 synchronized burpees. We got team 3-peat in lane number 13. Also on their synchronized burpees. Just down the lane from them, team Scaled for Life. And let's see who's going to be the first one off of these 21 synchronized burpees, where they then head down for their second set of that block carry and that sled drag. Looking to see some hands up for these judges. Hand is up down there for the last Dushi Lolas out of Aruba on their final 3. Also on their final 3, Toka Bakasite out of Canada. And just next to them in lane number 10, Chimney Rock Triple Nipples as well. But heading back down, guys, in lane number 19 right now, your females pulling a lead. The Las Dushilolas out of Raw CrossFit Aruba. Also heading back down in lane number 13, guys, 3-peat. And the Chimney Rock Triple Nipples and the Tokabakasite out of Canada also on their way back. So now they're on to their second round here, where they've got their respective amount of pull-ups. They've got their sled drag and their block carry. But jumping up to the pull-up bar, these ladies are ready and hungry for their respective amount of pull-ups. Tokabakasite out of Canada in lane number 9. And ladies in lane number 19 as well out of Raw CrossFit Aruba. Counting down those pull-ups, and Chalk Dirty to Me out of CrossFit 623 in lane number 18. Team 3-peat out of CrossFit Co-Nation. Moving quickly. But coming back, guys, out of lanes number 9 and 19, the ladies are carrying it back, ready and hungry for their second set of synchronized burpees. And in lane number 10, Chimney Rock Triple Nipples also finished with their pull-ups and ready to take those blocks and that sled drag back. 3-peat out of lane number 13. And in lane number 17, the Island Girls, coming to you from France, will also tackle that next set of synchronized burpees. But right now, guys, check them out down in lane number 9. The ladies out of Canada, Tokabakasite, are currently holding that lead on their second round, and just a little bit behind them, just a couple reps here on those synchronized burpees, are the Las Dushilolas from Aruba down in lane number 19. In lane number 13, 3-peat. And the ladies in lane number 10, Chimney Rock Triple Nipples. Latin Power Gang down in lane number 4 out of Puerto Rico on their second round of burpees. Triple B in lane number 12. But let us see who's going to take this one back. Three more burpees to go here, guys, for the Tokabakasite out of lane number 9. Hand is up for the Las Chicas from Aruba. Hand is also up for lane 13, team 3-peat. But they are heading back, guys. Your current leader of this heat right now, it looking like a close side-by-side between lanes 9 and 19. The ladies of Canada and the ladies of Aruba. Chimney Rock Triple Nipples will head back. And the Latin Power Gain on their way back together with those blocks. They've got one more block remaining to pull back. so they can fully execute on their respective amount of pull-ups. Team 3-peat, and then the triple B group bringing their equipment back. But flying through those butterfly pull-ups out of lanes 9 and 10, Toka Bakasite and the Chimney Rock triple nipples. Patriots Daughters heading back with their equipment out in lane number 16. We're at that about a 9.5 minute mark right now, guys. Coming back quickly as well, Chimney Rock triple nipples. And moving quickly in lane number 4, the Latin Power Gang. Looking strong, carrying those blocks back, ladies. And the Island Girls will return with everything they need to start those synchro burpees. But the ladies of Aruba and the ladies of Canada, lanes 9 and 19 right now, are holding your top 2 spots here on those 21 synchronized burpees. The Chimney Rock triple nipples. Team 3-peat out of CrossFit Co Nation on those synchro burpees. But looking for that judge's hand to come up to see who's going to finalize these 21 synchro burpees. Team Triple B. And on her way back, the CrossFit Holly Springs. 3 more synchronized burpees for the ladies in lane number 9. Toka Bakasite. Just 2 more. And they're going to take it, guys, out of lane number 9. Take a peek. Out of Canada, Toka Bakasite crossing over, unofficial 11:26. And a few burpees just behind them. We've got hands up in lane number 13 out of 3-peat. And the ladies of Aruba, Las Chicas, ready to take this one home, but sneaking ahead. 3-peat out of lane 13. Taking home that 2nd place spot here. 2 minutes to the cap, and in come the Las Chicas out of Raw CrossFit Aruba to take the 3rd place spot on that one. Final few burpees for these guys, but taking that one home are the Latin Power Game, and sprinting to the finish as well, the Chimney Rock triple nipples. And to follow, lane number 8, CrossFit Shakutami. And down to lane number 17, the Island Girls. And to follow out of lane number 12, Triple B. And in lane number 15, sprinting to the finish, guys, She Cooks out of lane 15.
Apparently it's Las Chicas and not that one, she said. Supposedly.
Scaled for Life will cross that finish line. 45 seconds on the clock, ladies. Final 3 burpees here in lane 11. We've got CrossFit Holly Springs. And running that one home out of lane 16, Patriots Daughters with detail. And lane 11, CrossFit Holly Springs will cross. 12 seconds here, guys, and they will take that one home in 5, 3, 2, 1, time. And that will do it, guys. A big round of applause for our ladies on that one. That was our open teams women with a strong and solid finish there. Stick tight, guys. We got another heat of ladies coming right out for you in just a few short minutes. It looks like 11:26 is the time to beat on that one. But the ladies of Canada, toca bacasite.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Cam, we've got another heat of ladies here on this one. Our open teams of women in lane number 1, Bethesda Steel. Lane number 2, Muscle Mafia. Lane number 3, Centered CrossFit. In lane number 4, Above and Beyond Girls. Lane 5, Team Chicago. Lane number 6, Natty and Gritty. Lane number 7, Thirster. We don't know her. In lane 8, Hold by Beer. In lane number 9, Fit Girls. Lane number 10, Unleash These Kitties. Lane 11 is Swole Patrol. In lane 12 is Butch Please. Lane number 13, I thought this was Vacation. The Sloppy Joes in lane 14. The Snatch Sisters in 15. Hierarchy Turtle Power in 16. Training Day Girls in 17. CrossFit 321 in 18. Las Chicas in lane number 19. And in lane number 20, the Valkyries. So these ladies are on to their respective amount of pull-ups, where then they proceed back with their sled and blocks for some synchronized burpees.
Down here in lane 8, our first ladies team to get to the pull-ups. And now once you finish your pull-ups, you can grab your object and start bringing it back. We're starting to see some blocks coming back here. 70 pounds made by Rogue. They got some handles on there, but it seems like these athletes taking the route of carrying on their shoulder seems to be a little bit more of a better tactic. In lane 8, Hold My Beer. All three athletes done on their pull-ups coming back. Hold My Beer, first team on to the synchro burpees in lane 8. How you doing?
On to their burpees down here. Lane number 13. I thought this was Vacation at a 1350 CrossFit. Right next down to them is the Sloppy Joes on their synchro burpees, but moving quickly as well, the Training Day Girls.
We got a sea of ladies doing these burpees. 60 ladies all on the floor, 21 synchro burpees. All about that communication, making sure they meet at the bottom and jump over at the top at the same time. 12 down for Hold My Beer in lane 8. Coming up on 3 minutes in. Hand is up for Hold My Beer. Lane 8. How we doing down your end, Brittany? Hold My Beer. One round down. Just over 3 minutes in. And they will begin dragging all that equipment back, carrying those blocks and those sleds. Final couple burpees down here. Lane 7. Thruster, we don't know her. Now on to moving the blocks back. 2 burpees remaining in lane 6 for Natty and Gritty, as well as Team Checkout in lane 5.
Down in lane number 17, the Training Day Girls out of Doral Fit, heading down for their next set of pull-ups here. And in lane number 14, the Sloppy Joes, and just down from them, of course, lane 11, Swole Patrol.
Two burpees down here in lane 3, Centered CrossFit. Down in lane 1, CrossFit Bethesda. Bethesda Steel, making their way back to begin that second round. And Hold My Beer, gripping and ripping away on these pull-ups.
Ladies are flying back down here. And we got some hands up down there as these ladies are moving quick on those butterfly pull-ups to bring the ship back so they can tackle another set of synchronized burpees. Ladies of 1350 CrossFit on the way back with all their equipment.
Beer gets all their objects back, and now they are ready to begin that second round of burpees. 11:26 is still that time to beat in our previous heat. as we are 5.5 minutes in, and these ladies are getting ready to finish off their second round as they begin their 21 synchronized burpees.
All right, on to their next set of burpees, guys. Lanes number 11, the Swole Patrol. And also down in lane 14, the Sloppy Joes. But quick on their burpees right now, the Training Day girls.
Here we go, ladies. 6.5 minutes in. Hold My Beer was the first team onto those burpees to finish off round 2. Got almost all of our teams onto this second round here. After this, it's all gas, no brakes. Gonna drag that equipment back. I see a hand up for Hold My Beer in lane 8.
And you said it, communication is literally everything on this one, especially on those synchronized burpees, because otherwise we've got some no reps if they're not on background at the same exact time. But finishing up with only 2 synchro burpees to go, guys. Training Day girls out of Doral Fit before they head back down, and we've got some hands up as well.
Down here in lane 8, Hold My Beer making their way back to their right in lane 9, the Fit Girlies with 2 burpees remaining. But Hold My Beer still in the lead here as they're bringing all their equipment back to begin that last round of 21 pull-ups.
Training Day girls in lane number 17 on to their respective pull-ups.
And now we're starting to see some ladies bringing back those sleds and bringing back those blocks. Hold My Beer gets the sled back. They got one more block to bring. $70 pounds per block and about a foot off the ground here. Last 5 burpees in lane 5 here for Team Checkout. Team Natty and Grady in lane 6 making their way back. In lane 7, Thruster, we don't know her, finishing off, carrying that last block.
The Valkyries down there in lane number 20, looking strong, bringing everything back, but flying on their pull-ups right now. Training Day girls out of lane 17. Swole Patrol out of Paradiso CrossFit. Hand is up, and they're going to begin bringing all items back.
Hold My Beer with 2 blocks back in the sled. They need their 3rd block back, and they'll begin those final 21 burpees. 11 minutes and 26 seconds is the time to beat us. We are just over 9 minutes, and Hold My Beer has plenty of time to get these last 21 reps done. And here they go, ladies. Last 21 burpees. Hold My Beer is on the ground.
And just behind them in lane number 17, the Training Day girls.
Here we go, ladies.
A few more remaining objects, but it looks like lane number 11 is going to start it up. Swole Patrol out of CrossFit Paradiso.
Natty and Gritty on the ground now for their burpees here. Whole Thruster, we don't know her, on the ground, as well as in lane 9, the Fit Girlies. "21 burpees, and then a race to the finish line here. Hold My Beer, your first team on the burpees, over halfway.
Ladies of Doral fit down here in lane number 17. But awaiting that hand to come up to see who's going to take this one home here, Cam.
And here we go. Last 5 burpees for Hold My Beer, ladies and gentlemen. Lane 8, 11:26 is the time to beat. Can they get across in time with 3 burpees remaining? 2 more to go. 1 more burpee for these ladies and gentlemen. Here they go. Hold My Beer racing to the finish line.
And
Give it up. 11:07 unofficially.
just behind them come Doral Fit, the Training Day girls. And just down from there, lane 11, Swole Patrol. Your top 3 finishers for this heat.
3 teams down, and we have 2.5 minutes remaining. Down here in lane 7, Thruster, we don't know her. Finishing off and racing to the end. 2 more burpees left here for the Fit Girlies in lane 9.
And the ladies of 1350 CrossFit will sprint this one home as well. As we're just
2 burpees left in lane 4, Above and Beyond girls.
bringing them all home. Lanes 10 and 12, guys. Unleash these kitties. Butch, please, and the Sloppy Joes in lane 14.
Down here in lane 4, Above and Beyond girls will cross the finish line. Now Natty and Gritty just behind them as we are approaching the final 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
And running home, guys, the Valkyries out of Nostra CrossFit in lane number 20 will finish up.
Last 5 burpees here in lane 5 for Team Checkout. Last 5 burpees in lane 3 for Centered CrossFit.
CrossFit 3-2-1 crossing that finish line.
2 left in lane 1 for Bethesda Steel. And here comes Bethesda Steel, and here comes Team Checkout. And now Centered CrossFit. Under 60 seconds to go. Here we go, ladies. 5 burpees left here in lane 2.
Hierarchy Turtle Power sprinting to the finish, and just 2 burpees remain in lane number 15, the Snatch Sisters.
2 burpees left in lane 2 for the Muscle Mafia. We have 30 seconds left. And here comes the Muscle Mafia. Lane 2. And they will get across with 20 seconds to spare. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our ladies open teams. Athletes on the white decking behind the mat, please. Please stay on the white decking behind the mats. Ten seconds. Team stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, boys, we're off. You guessed it, guys. It's our open teams of men here. They're going to take those blocks down, drag that sled down, and then tackle their respective amount of pull-ups. We got a good barrage of teams. In lane number 1, Just Row With It, CFJC Dominion, Thrust and Trust. In lane 4, Les Moustaches. In lane 5, USCG. Lane number 6, Number 1 King. Lane 7, Title Mad. Lane number 8, CF Burst. Lane number 9, 2.5 Men. Lane number 10, Los Tres Amigos. Lane number 11, CFCG White. The Snowbirds in 12, Nostra Familia 13, Big Dogs in 14, Big Motion Mafia 15, CrossFit Graphene Black in 16, Hype Interns in 17, Brickyard Fitness Crew in 18, the Gritty Angels in 19, and in lane number 20, Brazilian Jiu Britsu. On their way back now, guys.
Starting to see some teams make their way back here in lane 6. Hashtag 1 King. Lane 3, Thrust and Trust. Bringing back their items before they begin those 21 synchro burpees. Once they bring back all their blocks and sleds, they will have 21 synchronized burpees over these blocks. All 3 athletes with 2 on one side, 1 on the other.
But
90 seconds in, we're starting to see all these blocks, all these items coming back. Oh, seeing some buddy carries with these blocks. Very smart, very clever.
Big Motion Mafia looks like started their burpees right out of the gates at lane 15, and right next to them in lane number 16, CrossFit Graphene Black.
21 synchro burpees, and then they will have to carry all these items back before they go and perform their 21 pull-ups again. Split into one athlete doing 9, another doing 7, and the third doing 5.
Hands are up down here, guys, though, in lane number 15 for Big Motion Mafia out of Sola CrossFit.
No hands this way. All these teams down here in lanes 1 through 10 are pretty close as they've all made it to the burpees at the same time. 2.5 minutes in.
But heading back, guys, out of lane number 15, out of Sola CrossFit, Big Motion Mafia. Coming on back down the line, ready for their pull-ups. And then just behind them in lane number 16, CrossFit Graphene Black out of EQ Athletic Club.
Down in lane 9, 2.5 men with 2 burpees remaining. Here in lane 7, Title Mad with 1 burpee left. 2 burpees left here in lane 5. For the United States Coast Guard workout to remember. And now we're starting to see some movement. Bringing some blocks and sleds back before they do their second round of pull-ups. Round 2, another 21 pull-ups, and then they'll bring it all back before they do those second round of 21 synchronized burpees. Here in lane 7, Title Mad now back on the bar, first athlete, as well as in lanes 4 and 5, Les Mustachos in the United States Coast Guard workout to remember.
But guys, down here in lane number 15, Big Motion Mafia on their next set of synchronized burpees here. These guys have taken a nice little lead here, and then joining them right next door in lane 16, CrossFit Graphene Black.
Once that athlete finishes their pull-ups, they can go ahead and grab whatever block or sled that they're going to carry and start bringing it back here to get ready for those burpees. And that's what we're starting to see here seeing some. So it looks like a couple people are copying the team down there in the green shirts, the way they're carrying. I'm starting to see some athletes carrying one block each and then carrying a third block together to save a trip.
Working smarter, not harder, right?
Absolutely. And down here in lane 7, that's what we're seeing with Title Mad. First team onto the burpees down this end of the floor. Lane 7. And the United States Coast Guard workout to remember will join them here in lane 5.
Team CFCG White down here in lane number 11 is inching their way up, but hand is up, guys, for what looks like your current leader in lane number 15. We've got Big Motion Mafia out of Sola CrossFit with just 2 more synchronized burpees to go. Big Motion Mafia is going to head back, guys.
Six minutes in, approaching that 6-minute mark. Starting to see some guys down the end, your end of the floor, making their way back to begin that third round. Down here, finishing off these burpees in round 2 for 21 synchronized reps. Our ladies, we saw as fast as 11.5 minutes. What will our gentlemen bring to the table here? This first heat of our open men's division.
Final burpee, though, for CFCG White right over here. As they're going to head back. Trying to get on those heels, though, of the boys of Big Motion Mafia. But closer is lane 16 CrossFit Graphene but Black.
One more burpee down here in lane 7 for Title Mad. And they'll begin bringing their stuff back. But here in lane 4, Les Musachos. And now lane 5, United States Coast Guard workout to remember will begin bringing their stuff back. One more block carry and sled drag down. One more set of pull-ups here. Down your end at lane 16 seems to be off to the races on this last round. CrossFit Graphene Black.
The Nostra Familia with 4 left to go there. Three reps down for Big Motion Mafia on their burpees.
2 more reps down here in lane 10. Los Three Amigos. Down in lane 7, Title Mad now on their way back. All pull-ups done. Lane 3, Thrust and Trust. As well as in lane 5, the USCG workout to remember on their way back with their final carry before those burpees. Remember, gentlemen, you got to run back to the starting mat for that finishing time. Final 21 burpees.
Hype interns heading down for their pull-ups.
And here comes the USCG workout to remember on the floor for those final 21 burpees.
Hands have come up, though, guys, out of lane number 15. Big Motion Mafia, the big dogs. Got another one, but 3 burpees left to go down here for Big Motion Mafia. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu with 3 burpees left down there. And they will head in, guys. Big Motion Mafia out of Sola CrossFit. Unofficial time, 8 minutes, 44 seconds.
Title Mad down this way, finishing up on those burpees here. Last 21 reps.
And CrossFit Graphene Black crosses that finish line at just under that 9-minute mark.
Just over 9 minutes in here, starting to see all these teams approaching those final set of burpees. Hand is up for Thrust and Trust in lane 3. Hand is up for the USCG workout to remember. Rep for rep, it's going to be a race for that 3rd place finish.
CFCG White crossing over down there.
One more rep in lanes 3 and 5. Thrust and Trust in the USCG, and Thrust and Trust will get ahead. And Thrust and Trust will take the race, but USCG Workouts, remember, will get in 5th place in this heat. Last one for Title Mad, and they'll run across for a 6th place finish.
The Brickyard Fitness crew wrapping up, and down in lane number 12, Les Snowbirds, right out of Canada, and they are going to sprint home, guys. Lane number 12, Les Snowbirds, will finish in just about 10 minutes. And also running to that finish line, guys, Brickyard Fitness crew out of lane number 18.
Down here in lane 9, 2.5 men with 2 more reps to go on these burpees. And 2.5 men will run across just at that 10.5 minute mark. Down here in lane 6, hashtag 1King. And they are done with their burpees, and they'll run back, and they are racing our team in 4th, Les Musachos. With 3 minutes remaining.
Few burpees left to go for these teams down here. The Los Three Amigos in lane number 10 with just now 3 synchro burpees to go. And 4 burpees to go yet for Nostra Familia.
Last 2 burpees here for our teams in lane 10. Los Three Amigos. 5 reps remaining in lane 8 for CF Burst. Los Three Amigos on the way back now for a finishing time at the 11:25 mark.
Taking that one home, guys. Lane number 13, Nostra Familia out of Nostra Fitness. But hands up for 1 more rep to go out of lane 17, the Hype Interns. Crossing over that line at about 11:45 unofficial. And down in lane number 8, CF Burst.
4 reps remaining in lane 1 for Just Row With It. 2 more minutes to go. Just Row With It running down to the finish line. 12 minutes and 15 seconds in. We still got a few teams working down this end of the floor here.
The Gritty Angels out of Gritty City Strength and Conditioning will cross over down in lane number 19. We got about 19 minutes here. Or, I'm sorry, 90 seconds here, 19 minutes. Few burpees left to go for these guys down in lane number 20. And 14, we got the Big Dogs and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Coming up on the final 60 seconds here. This 14-minute cap. Hands are in the air. They got time to finish these burpees. Miami, we need you to make some noise for our final 2 teams on the floor here.
Last burpee for those guys, the Big Dogs. Running that one home. And final, with about 40 seconds remaining, guys, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu running this one home. Bring them on in, guys. Unofficial 13:30. And that will do it for us, guys. Big round of applause for your open teams of gentlemen.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Cam, we're off. This is our second final heat of open teams of men on the floor. You saw it before. They've got that block carry, that sled drag, respective amount of pull-ups, synchro burpees. 3 rounds of that with solid communication. Our team's on the floor. TTD Mafia, 2 white boys, 1 Latino. The Fellers, CrossFit Badass in lane 4. Axolotls lane 5, Nostra lane 6, MFLH Alpha lane 7, the Ninja Turtles in lane 8, CrossFit Black and Gold in 9. The Palm Beach Chippendales in lane 10, Eurofed and DeVille in lane 11, Injured Reserve in lane 12, Zapapareras US in 13, Immense Recovery Unbroken in 14, Waterside Thruple 15, Team Soul Miami, AB Swan Fontaine in 17, Cowboys do CrossFit 18, CSC in 19, and lane 20, Proc and Roll.
Red, we got a packed house here at the Rain Sandbox taking on the Block Party. They're going to carry those blocks and drag that sled down to the end. Then they're going to perform 21 pull-ups and drag the blocks and carry the sled back and then perform 21 synchro burpees as we're starting to see here. Your time to beat is 8 minutes and 44 seconds. And our gentlemen are off to a blistering pace here, carrying these blocks 2 at a time, dragging the sled down, running down, and we're starting to see some burpees on the floor here. Lane 10 in the matching jerseys, the Palm Beach Chippendales on the ground for those 21 synchro burpees over the blocks.
Team Eurofed at DeVille got a pretty decent early start on those synchro burpees, and everybody should follow.
"21 burpees to be completed here, meeting at the ground and jumping over at the same time. Again, the Chippendales in lane 10 were our first team down this way onto those burpees. Two and a half minutes in, 8 minutes and 44 seconds is your time to beat, gentlemen. I see a hand down here. It looks like in lane 11 for Eurofed at DeVille.
And just next to those guys, a few lanes down, I should say, lane 12 and 13, the Injured Reserve and the Zapapareras US out of Team Soul.
Down in lane 1, TTD Mafia with 1 more burpee remaining before they begin their trek back. And TTD Mafia now grabbing onto those blocks again, ready to run down. And here in lane 8, the Ninja Turtles drag onto the sled and carry those blocks. 1 gentleman, 2 at a time. Just over 3 minutes in now, finishing that first round.
And they're on to those pull-ups, guys. Injured Reserve down there in lane number 12. And just next to them, Zapapareras US out of Team Soul in lane number 13 on their pull-ups. And again, Eurofed at DeVille. Quick
down
on
in
their
lanes
burpees.
8, 9, and 10. The Ninja Turtles, CrossFit Black and Gold, and the Palm Beach Chippendales beginning those second set of pull-ups here for 21 reps. And now lanes 1, 2, 4, and 5 all onto their second set of pull-ups. But it looks like in lane 8, they'll be the leaders down this way of the floor for the Ninja Turtles as they're bringing back those blocks already.
Hungry to start those synchro burpees, though, guys. The Injured Reserve out of CrossFit Forney has started their 21 synchro burpees.
CrossFit Black and Gold down in lane 9. First team down this way to get their blocks down and begin those 21 burpees. Right next to them in lane 8, the Ninja Turtles get their blocks down and will now begin those burpees from CrossFit Winter Haven.
Team Soul Miami moving slick as ever down here in lane number 16, and AB Swan Fonson just next to them.
Coming up on 5 minutes in, 8 minutes and 44 seconds is your time to beat. CrossFit Black and Gold in the Ninja Turtles lanes 9 and 8. Our first two teams down here for these 21 burpees. I see a hand up down this way. It looks like lane 11 for Eurofed at DeVille.
Final two for Eurofed as they sprint back for that next round of pull-ups. We're at about that 5.5 mark here, gentlemen. And hand is also up in lane number 13. Zapaperas US with 3 burpees left to go.
Hands are up in lane 8 with 1 more burpee remaining here for the Ninja Turtles in lane 8 and CrossFit Black and Gold with 2 burpees remaining in lane 9. And the Ninja Turtles will start dragging back their blocks and their sleds 6 minutes in. 8:44 is still your time to beat. These guys got to pick up the pace if they want to catch that time.
Immense recovery unbroken. Looking strong as ever with a double carry down there. And just next to those guys, Zapaperas US out of Team Seoul. And in lane 16, Team Seoul Miami.
Down this way, lanes 8 and 9 racing. First set of pull-ups done, and they'll start dragging back their blocks and their sleds. Ninja Turtles and CrossFit Black and Gold. But lane 7 as well in the mix with Move Fast, Live Heavy Alpha. And as well as lane 10, the Palm Beach Chippendales, your top 4 teams down this end of the floor.
Rock and Roll finishing up their pull-ups. And down here, though, in lane number 12, the injured reserve has returned with their equipment. And the Zapaperas US.
Here come the CrossFit Black and Gold, as well as the Ninja Turtles here. Slamming their blocks down. Last 21 burpees, 7.5 minutes in.
Team Injured Reserve moving with utter ease. And the boys of Immense Recovery Unbroken will return.
Black and Gold jump into the lead here after a no rep from the Ninja Turtles on the burpees here. But now Move Fast, Live Heavy Alpha trying to catch up here. That 8:44 time is most likely going to stand from our previous heat, but let's see what these gentlemen bring to the table as they're on their last set of burpees here in this third round.
Cowboys to CrossFit in 18, moving quickly over here. Proc and Roll and CSC, but Proc and Roll with just 4 burpees left to go down here. But here we come, guys, sprinted to the finish. The Injured Reserve, unofficial 8 minutes and 30 seconds. And Proc and Roll also sprinting through with a solid, strong finish underneath that 9-minute mark there.
Move Fast, Live Heavy Alpha getting in their third, 8:49 unofficially. 1 more burpee for CrossFit Black and Gold, and they'll run across. And here they go.
Cowboys do CrossFit, Immense Recovery Unbroken, and Zapaperas US.
The Ninja Turtles running down, finishing 9 minutes and 14 seconds unofficially. Hands up down here in lanes 5 and 4. The Axolotls and CrossFit Badass. Last couple burpees, but here in lane 2, 2 white boys and 1 Latino will get across the finish line.
Team Seoul Miami with a strong finish down there in 16, and running across that finish line, lane number 10, the Palm Beach Chippendales. And crossing over in lane number 17, AB Swan Fonson.
Coming up on 10 minutes in.
out of CrossFit Paradiso team, CSC will take that one home down there in lane number 19.
Under 4 minutes to go. Couple teams left on those burpees. 4 reps here right in front of me for Team Nostra in lane 6.
Waterside Thruffle with an awesome teammate here cheering them on. These two gentlemen are absolutely crushing it right now.
Eurofed DeVille, lane 11. The victory lap to the finish line. 10:40 unofficially. One more burpee down here in lane 1 for TTD Mafia. One more burpee in lane 3 for the Fellers.
Give it up, guys, for CrossFit Waterside. Is there an athlete short? And they are not giving up on this one. And they're going to run this home all the way down for Waterside Thruple, crossing that line. And that will do it for us, guys. Big round of applause again, Miami, to our open teams of gentlemen.
Coming up next, we have our RX Masters teams and RX Masters women coming on out here for their last event of the day. 2 minutes.
All right, guys, onto the floor. We've got your RX Masters teams. Down in lane number 1, roast beef 3-way. Lane number 2, the 3 low to goes. Lane number 3, Box and Umiya. Puro Gofio in lane number 4, CrossFit Norwalk in 5. 3 Ami Bros in 6, Muscle Mountain in 7, Jersey Classics in 8. The Power Cleaners in 9, Union Strongest in 10. Lace Cougars do Savage in 12.
1 minute.
Many Mighty Moms in 13, Alta Prasayo in 14, Old Souls in 15, Masters Chitter Chatter in 16, Italians Do It Better in 17, Champagne Problems 18, Limitless in 19, and in lane number 20, the Spring Chicks.
Hey, we should be good. Perfect. Good hustle. Good. Ten seconds. Three, 2, 1, go.
All right, Cam, you heard it. RX Masters. They're going to take a ripper down, grabbing those blocks and grab that sled. They're going to jet all the way down, where they will proceed on to their respective amount of pull-ups. Coming back with their blocks, coming back with that sled, and then synchronized burpees.
That's right. Our RX Masters teams are now moving on up. They got a little bit of extra weight on the sled, carrying those blocks down, and now it'll go on to bar muscle-ups. 9 for athlete number 1, 7 for athlete number 2, and 5 for athlete number 3. And right here in lane 6, 3 Ami Bros from Chalk Dust CrossFit. Scott Panchek flying here for his 9 reps. And now we're starting to see a Sia gentleman on their first set of bar muscle-ups here for 9 reps. Down this way in lane 3, bringing back the first block, Baksan Umea, our first Masters team. Scott Panchek dragging back that sled in lane 6 for 3 Ami Bros.
On their way back, though, yes, you heard it, Union Strongest, and just next to them, guys, the Power Cleaners. Hands are up for some of our ladies down there as they're ready to take back their items. We got one of the gals here, and Alta Prasayo will come back with her sled. And a few block carries for the Old Souls. Masters Chitter Chatter on her way back. And the Champagne Problems.
Down this way for our men, starting to see some of our teams coming back. 3 Ami Bros will be the first team onto the burpees. They have 27, but down in lane 3, Baksan Umea also joining them. And in lane 4, Pura Gofio, team coming from Spain, on their 27 synchro burpees here over the blocks as we are 2 minutes and 20 seconds in. Athletes have to meet their chest at the ground together and jump up at the same time over those blocks. "27 reps here before they start to carry those blocks and drag those sleds back as we are approaching the 3-minute mark. Our open division, we saw around that 8:30 mark for those finishing times. We'll see what our only heat of RX teams bring to the table here as we are 3 minutes in.
And starting their burpees, guys, down in lane number 18, Champagne Problems out of C4 CrossFit. And down the lane in lane number 12, we got the Cougars of Savage Barbell Club. And Alta Presayo in lane number 14.
Hand is up down here in lane 5 for CrossFit Norwalk. One more remaining down here in lane 8 for the Jersey Classics. 3 Ami Bros with 4 reps remaining. The Jersey Classics be the first team on to round 2, dragging the sled and carrying the blocks down here in lane 8. One burpee remaining for the 3 low to goes. And now we're starting to see our gentlemen's teams carrying these blocks and bringing these sled backs before they do that second round of 21 bar muscle-ups. One athlete does 9, the other does 7, and the third does 5.
Hands are coming up, though, down here for the ladies of Alta Presayo. In lanes number 14, they've got one more synchro burpee to go before they head back down the line for those bar muscle-ups.
Jersey Classics, first team onto the bar muscle-ups. 3 Ami Bros, second, lanes 8 and 6 respectively. Down in lane 5, CrossFit Norwalk, their third team onto the bar muscle-ups.
Masters chitter chatter with a few more. But for the ladies, heading back, guys, in lane number 14, Alta Presayo. Hands are up here down for lanes number 12, guys. We got the Cougars of Savage Barbell. And
Jersey Classics bringing back their blocks now. 3 Ami Bros dragging back that sled. CrossFit Norwalk starting to carry down those blocks here. 2 athletes down for the Jersey Classics as well as the 3 Ami Bros. And now Norwalk has 2 athletes complete through their 21 bar muscle-ups.
Champagne Problems out of lane 18. On their march back with those blocks, with that sled.
Let's go, Chris. Come on.
And in come the Cougars again of Savage Barbell Club. Back to their bar muscle-ups. And the Masters of Chitter Chatter out of the Grit House. Walking back down with those blocks. And the Old Souls out of Team Soul, lane number 15.
Down this end, Jersey Classics on the burpees first. 3 Ami Bros on the burpees second. Down here in lane 7, Muscle Mountain getting their third, and CrossFit Norwalk fourth. And now in the mix here in lane 3, Boxa Unmea. 27 synchro burpees before they make it back for their final round. And carry those blocks back and drag that sled down before those 21 bar muscle-ups as we are 6.5 minutes in.
Whether they take those blocks as a partner carry, otherwise just singles, tossing that over the shoulder, or their respective choice of carrying that guy back. But they are down there on the line with those bar muscle-ups, and they're going to make their way back for those synchro burpees over that block.
Halfway to that time cap, 7 minutes in. All of our gentlemen down here on the burpees for that final round. 4 reps remaining for the Jersey Classics here in lane 8. 3 reps remaining for the 3 Ami Bros, your top 2 teams for our Masters RX division.
Looks like Alta Presayo's on their final athlete there for her bar muscle-ups. Just a couple remain for her as their first bar muscle-up athlete comes back with that sled drag.
Jersey Classic, 2 blocks and a sled down. 3 Ami Bros. 1 gentleman carrying 2 blocks, trying to bring all the groceries in on 1 trip. 3rd gentleman with 1 block is Scott Panchek, dragging that sled with 3 plates on it. Trying to get down and begin those bar muscle-ups ahead of the Jersey Classics as their 3rd athlete comes back to retrieve that final block. And here in lane 5, CrossFit Norwalk carrying all their blocks down, and they'll have that last sled drag before they begin their 21 bar muscle-ups here in lane 5.
Masters chitter chatter, stacking those blocks up. And down there in lane number 19, Limitless out of 12 Laborers CrossFit will bring their athletes back with those blocks.
3 Emmy Bros beginning those final set of bar muscle-ups first. Scott Panchek going for 9 reps unbroken. Jersey Classics about 2 reps behind the 3 Emmy Bros. And now they'll make the tag, and their second athlete will come up for 7 reps. And they'll begin dragging back their sleds and carrying their blocks back before those final 27 burpees as we are approaching that 9-minute mark with a 14-minute time cap. Again, this is our only heat here, so whoever takes the heat takes the event.
Like we talked about before, that communication becomes literally everything on those burpee block jump overs. Of course, respective bar muscle ups, you've got a decreasing amount of reps per athlete depending on which one is taking that guy on. Now in lane number 18, Champagne Problems out of C4 CrossFit. But the Alta Presayo ladies over here in lane number 14.
Jersey Classics bringing back their final blocks. 3 Emmy Bros got all their equipment back, and they have 27 burpees and a run to the finish line for an event win as we are coming up on the 10-minute mark.
The Cougars of Savage Barbell have been moving pretty proficiently on this one. And just, again, 2 down from them in lane number 14, guys. Alta Presayo. Just next to them, the Old Souls. Masters Chitter Chatter. And down there, lane number 18, the Champagne Problems with just 2 synchronized burpees left remaining.
Jersey Classics now on the ground for their final 27 burpees here in lane 7. Muscle Mountain as well in the top 3 mixed with the gentlemen, but 3 Emmy Bros, the first team down. Over halfway.
As that hand pops up, though, lane number 16, the Masters of Chitter Chatter, and just only 2 repetitions to go down there for the ladies in lane number 18, Champagne Problems. Alta Presayo.
5 reps remaining for the 3 Emmy Bros. 11 minutes in, final 2 reps for the 3 Emmy Bros. Make it 1, and here they go. Running across the finish line to an event win. Down here in lane 6, the 3 Emmy Bros. Everybody make some noise. 11 minutes and 19 seconds unofficially. Jersey Classics just behind them in lane 8. 11 minutes and 29 seconds unofficially for the Jersey Classics.
The ladies moving down there on those bar muscle-ups, setting themselves up out of Grit House in lane number 16. And just 2 lanes down out of lane number 14, Alta Presayo jumping up for her bar muscle-ups. And she will get a head start on that.
Muscle Mountain will make it across for a 3rd place finish for our men's RX. 2 minutes to go.
Hand is up for that first athlete to wrap things up on her bar muscle-ups for Alta Presayo, where she will then head back with that sled. Or better yet, grabbing that block so she can bring things back here. But 1 final burpee here for the Many Mighty Moms.
CrossFit Norwalk will get across as we have just under 90 seconds remaining. Just under 90 seconds to go.
Looks like Alta Presayo has worked through 2 out of the 3 of their athletes for their bar muscle-ups. on their way back with their respective equipment. And making her way back, the Champagne Problems out of C4 CrossFit in lane number 18.
50 seconds to go, ladies and gentlemen. Few more teams on the floor here. Last 3 burpees in lane 4 for Puro Gofio. More seconds to go. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our Masters teams. Give it up for our Masters teams. Coming out next, our Elite teams taking on their second workout of the day. Good job, gentlemen. Good job. 17 Squamish Barbell in second down this way through their 27 reps.
Inching towards a hand up again. While these ladies communicate to the nth degree right now to ensure that there are no reps, so they're not missing any steps on that synchronization.
15 reps down here. Lane 15. LPFS got Soul. And hand is up down here in lane 17 for our leaders, Squamish Barbell, with 4 burpees remaining before they start to drag back their blocks and sleds.
They then proceed on, of course, for that second round of those bar muscle ups, chest to bar, and pull-ups. Just taking full-on strategy to determine which athlete will tackle which movement here on that pull-up bar. Hands are up as well down here for lane number 8. We've got Tonic CrossFit Power Girls. And down in lane number 2, the RX Gymnastics crew out of CrossFit Cedar Park.
Squamish Barbell now all 3 blocks in hand, sled on the way back. Here in lane 16, Team CrossFit, and here in lane 15, LPFS got Soul making their way back here to begin their second round, as we are just coming up on that 5-minute mark.
The Tonic CrossFit girls using some strategy with a partner carry on that block. Solid method, very proficient. As their other athlete will drag that sled down, and then down there in lane number 2, the RX Gymnastics ladies out of Cedar Park. Right next to them, Team Sugar Pump out of Savage Barbell.
Back on the bar in lane 17, Squamish Barbell again, beginning that second set of bar muscle-ups in lane 17. Back down in lane 16 as well, Team CrossFit. First athlete onto the 9-bar muscle-ups here. Lane 17 going for broke.
Again, that number 1 athlete's going to tackle those bar muscle-ups. Then comes the chest to bar, then the pull-ups. Once they do their respective movement on that pull-up rig, however, they will then start to carry that object back.
Squamish Barbell has seemed to pick up the pace here in this second round. On to the third athlete already for those 9 chin over bar pull-ups. Athlete number 1 on the bar muscle-ups, almost done with the sled drag, as athlete number 2 is carrying 1 block down. And we got 2 pull-ups left in lane 17.
But here she comes, guys. Lane number 8, Tonic CrossFit Power Girls. She has completed those bar muscle-ups. So has athlete number 2 on that chest to bar. And just 3 reps to go. And in lane number 8, guys, the Tonic CrossFit Power Girls, all 3 are on the way back. They're going to team up on that power block to get all 3 pieces back.
Down this way, Squamish Barbell has all their pieces back to begin those synchro burpees for 27 reps. To their left in lane 16, Team CrossFit now coming back with the sled and have 2 more blocks before they begin those burpees. But Squamish Barbell will get about 5 reps ahead right now.
Down in lane number 6, we've got the recovery corner out of CrossFit Union Square. Athletes 1, 2, and 3 completed on the bar. They are hungry for those synchronized burpees, but already starting on their burpees, of course, guys. The Tonic CrossFit Power Girls down on my end here.
Team CrossFit beginning their 27 burpees in round 2 as we are over halfway. Down here in lane 13, raise the bar, jumping into this top 5 mix as they get all their pieces back to begin their 27 synchro burpees as we are approaching the 8-minute mark. 8 minutes in, 6 minutes to go till that time cap here. All into the second round. Making our way into that third for some of our top teams.
We got Sugar Pump out of Savage Barbell, and then the RX Gymnastics ladies of CrossFit Cedar Park. 2 teams side by side on those synchronized burpees. And then just down again was the starters on this end in lane number 8, Tonic CrossFit Power Girls. The ladies of the recovery corner in lane number 6 out of Union Square. But awaiting that hand to come up, who is going to be our team to wrap up these synchronized burpees on this second round? Looks like you got someone down there, Cam.
2 burpees left for Squamish Barbell before they can begin that third round, dragging back their items to begin their last 27 reps on the pull-up bar here. Burpees have been completed. 5 reps remaining here in lane 16 for Team CrossFit.
Final 2 burpees remaining on the Tonic CrossFit Power Girls. And here's their last one. They're going to pick those up, and they are heading back to the rig.
Squamish Barbell carrying all 3 blocks at the same time between 2 ladies. And their lady who will go for the bar muscle-ups once she finishes that sled, leading out in front, lane 17. But now in lane 16, Team CrossFit has all 3 blocks in tow and getting ready to carry back that sled as well.
So it looks like we got lane number 17, we got lane number 8 on the rig, ready to tackle those bar muscle-ups, chest-to-bars, and pull-ups. And a few other teams down here hungry with a hand up. We got the RX Gymnastics crew. Right next to them, Sugar Pump. Hands are in the air by that judge as we approach that 10-minute mark here.
Squamish Barbell in lane 17 on their final set of bar muscle-ups through these 27 reps that they have to complete before bringing back all their blocks and sleds with 4 minutes remaining. Hand is up for these bar muscle-ups. And chest to bar now beginning here for athlete number 2.
Heading back down the line, though, down there in lane number 10, guys, we got Le Petit Bums out of CrossFit Burst. Trucking her way back, and down in lane number 7, Team Invictus out of Seattle. And the recovery corner in lane number 6. And those ladies down in lane number 1 and 2, Sugar Pump RX Gymnastics. And in lane number 4, Tropical Storm Baddies. But taking a good, solid pump here on my end down here in lane number 8. All 3 athletes complete on that bar, ready for their next set of synchronized burpees out of lane number 8, Tonic CrossFit.
Squamish Barbell, all 27 reps completed on the rig and all items brought back to the end here. They have 27 burpees, and then a race back to the finish line to set a time to beat in this first heat here for our intermediate ladies. 3 burpees down. Here in lane 16, Team CrossFit have finished on their gymnastics. They have their final lady on the pull-ups, and they're beginning to bring back their blocks and sleds as well to begin those burpees.
Almost Matters out of lane number 9 from Team Soul on their last burpee, and they're going to head back.
Coming up on the final 2 minutes here, Squamish Barbell, over 10 burpees in. Team CrossFit done with their gymnastics and now getting ready to do those burpees once these last 2 blocks come back.
Nine burpees down for Tonic CrossFit Power Girls.
Coming up on the final 90 seconds shortly. No hand in the air yet for Squamish Barbell. And here it is. Final 5 burpees for Squamish Barbell. Here to set the time to beat for our next heat as we have 90 seconds remaining. 2 more burpees to go. 1 more. And here comes Squamish Barbell racing down. Lane 17 setting the time to beat once they all get across. 12 minutes and 46 seconds unofficially for Squamish Barbell.
1 minute remains on that clock.
Who will we see get across that finish line?
2 more reps for Tonic CrossFit Power Girls. And in lane number 8, sprinting to the finish, Tonic CrossFit Power Girls will take that one home before that time cap. 30 seconds remain.
5 burpees left down here in lane 16 for Team CrossFit. Final few reps before they race down here, and they'll be able to finish under that cap once they complete these 2 burpees and run back down to the starting line.
Ten seconds. In 3, 2, 1, time. Give it up, guys, for your intermediate women on that one. How are we doing? Good. Yeah?
12:46.
Lovely.
See if I can do this.
Do you have a pen?
Look
Look at you. I mean, we'll pretend it was quick.
I'll do the clock. You okay? You good? 1 minute. No, I'm okay. I had one ready to run through a wall. Seconds.
Oh, wait, no, orange creamsicle. Have you had it?
No, I had the rainbow one. 10 seconds. Stand by, teams. 3, 2, 1, go. Block party, heat number 2 for our intermediate ladies. 3 rounds for time. Carry those blocks back down to the start line, drag that sled. Followed by 27 reps on the pull-up bar, 9 bar muscle-ups, 9 chest to bar, 9 chin over bar. Carry the blocks and the sled back down to this way, and then 27 synchronized burpees over the blocks.
You heard it, guys. So they're going to jump up onto that rig. We're going to tackle some bar muscle-ups, chest to bars, and pull-ups. Each respective athlete has a different task, essentially. Once they've completed, they will head back down with those blocks with that sled.
Down this way in lane 4, full send fugitives, followed by Southern Tilt in lane 2, onto the bar first. Nine bar muscle-ups before 9 chest to bar pull-ups, followed by 9 chin over bar pull-ups. All bar muscle-ups done here in lane 2 for Southern Tilt. Starting to see some chest to bar here from our ladies.
Miami Heat athlete is on her way back. So is their second gal. And down in lane number 13 and 15, we've got Feed Not Speed and the Catalyst chicks heading back.
Down here in lane 2, Southern Tilt, all 27 reps complete, as well as in lane 5 for Hyped Up. When these athletes get back, they have 27 burpees over these blocks. 2 athletes on one side, 1 on the other.
Moving quick on their burpees, guys. Light on their toes. Down to lane number 11, Miami Heat. Just down from them, lane number 10, Team Malta. And many more to follow. Feed Not Speed. Right next to them, the Lab Rats, the Catalyst chicks, all moving quickly here on those synchronized burpees.
Down this way in lane 6, the Strong Chicas made it to the burpees first, followed by Southern Tilt second. And down here in lane 1, Built Different from Taka Fitness, your top 3 ladies down this end of the floor. As we are approaching 2 minutes and 50 seconds, the time to beat is 12 minutes and 46 seconds, set by Squamish Barbell in our previous heat. 12 minutes and 46 seconds is the time to beat, ladies.
As we're just over that 3-minute mark here, guys. Let's see who's going to ride this one through. And our first one back to the rig.
All ladies down and dirty on these burpees. The wind is blowing the sand in their face, but they're not stopping for nothing. I got a hand up for Southern Tilt with 4 reps remaining down this end of the floor in lane 2.
Miami Heat down here with just 3 burpees to go.
5 reps remaining here in lane 6 for Strong Chicas and Southern Tilt. First team done with this first round of burpees here. 4 minutes in. And now they got to drag those blocks back and drag that sled, and here they go.
But heading back, though, the Miami Heat guys and the Feed Not Speed out of lane number 13. Down to lane number 19, Latino Mix.
Southern Tilt with 3 of the 4 items back. Sled is back in 2 blocks. They got to carry 1 more block down. Starting to see these teams bringing back all their items after completing a round. 4 minutes and 45 seconds in.
Bar muscle-ups have begun. Miami Heat That hand is up now. She's got 5 more to go on those bar muscle-ups.
On to the bar muscle-ups in lane 2, Southern Tilt, as well as in lane 10, Team Malta. Now in lane 9, the Swole Patrol. And down here in lane 6, Strong Chicas all on the bar muscle-ups for 9 reps.
Miami Heat onto her chest to bar.
Southern Tilt, 9 down, onto their chest to bar pull-ups. As well as in lane 10, Team Malta and Miami Heat. Couple more chin over bar pull-ups to go. Starting to see some ladies bringing some blocks back.
Miami Heat with that little partner carry of that block. All 3 athletes ready to set and post up for those synchronized burpees.
It's interesting to see how these ladies choose to carry these things down. Who brings what? How many are they going to bring at once? Every team doing it differently and staying pretty close together. As Southern Tilt has 1 more block to go.
It's
Down this way, lane 11, Miami Heat beginning those burpees first.
The ladies of Team Malta ready and set for their synchro burpees, but Miami Heat moving very proficiently on those synchronized burpees.
Down here in lane 2, Southern Tilt back to their burpees, as well as in lane 6, Strong Chicas. We're starting to see all these ladies beginning that second round of 27 burpees here. 7 minutes in, coming up on that halfway point. CrossFit Hype bringing back their items. Down here in lane 4, Full Send Fugitives now. 1 more block. Over halfway to that 14-minute time cap. 12 minutes and 46 seconds is that time to beat. The smoothness of these synchro burpees is going to play a huge role in this round to who can get out in front for these final carries, final bar muscle-ups and pull-ups, and then getting back here for these burpees.
Looks like Miami Heat's got 18 reps down. Remember, they've got to do 27 here before they head back to that rig.
Coming up on 20 reps here for Southern Tilt down this way. Halfway through in lane 6 now for Strong Chicas.
We got a hand up, though, guys. Miami Heat. They've got 4 burpees left to go. Check them out down in lane number 11.
Down this way in lane 2 with 3 burpees remaining for Southern Tilt.
Speed, not speed, but 2 to go. But Miami Heat will head back down for that carry.
And not far behind is Southern Tilt in lane 2.
These ladies are hungry for that pull-up bar. Tackling even more bar muscle-ups, chest to bar and pull-ups.
Two blocks down and the sled down as well for Southern Tilt. Seeing down here in lane 10, Team Malta now getting their items back, as well as in lane 9, the Swole Patrol. 1 more block to go for Southern Tilt. Swole Patrol jumping into the lead now, and they'll get their first lady on the bar here in lane 9 for the bar muscle-ups.
Just right on her heels, though. Swole Patrol, as you heard it, snuck ahead there. And then behind her, Miami Heat in lane 11, just next to those ladies, Team Malta in 10. Jumping up on the bar is Feed Not Speed on her bar muscle-ups.
Down in lane 10, Team Malta. Now Southern Tilt on to their final 9 in lane 2.
Final bar muscle up there for the Miami Heat.
Bar muscle ups done for Southern Tilt in lane 2 as we are 10 minutes and 24 seconds in. On to the chest to bar pull-ups now for Southern Tilt. Seeing some equipment being brought back here in lane 9 for the Swole Patrol. Down in lane 10, Team Malta dragging back their final items. Here in lane 2, Southern Tilt dragging back their final items here. All blocks. They still have the sled to bring down here in lane 10. Team Malta.
Out of CrossFit Ashlar, Team Feed Not Speed with their final block ready to start on those burpees.
In lane 9, the Swole Patrol. Sled is back. Blocks are back. One more block left for Southern Tilt.
Here they come, Miami Heat, though, on their burpees, and right on their heels is Feed Not Speed. Team Malta joining in that burpee party.
Here we go. Lanes 9, 10, and 11, your top 3 teams in this heat. Swole Patrol, Team Malta, and Miami Heat. Who will finish these 27 first? Who can beat 12:46? They got to run across that finish line. "12 minutes in. Quick break here for the Swole Patrol in lane 9. Miami Heat as well as Team Malta still going here.
Miami Heat's got 11 down, it looks like.
Southern Tilt trying to catch up down this way in lane 2. 12 minutes and 20 seconds in. That 12:46 time may stand from our first heat, but we'll see some good second, third, and fourth place finishes here.
Catalyst Chicks over here with 10 burpees down.
Swole Patrol trying to pick it back up. I see a hand down your way, Brett.
Guys, we've got Feed Not Speed out of CrossFit Ashlar with only 2 burpees left to go.
Hand is up for Swole Patrol in lane 9.
And out of lane number 13, guys, sprinting to the finish out of CrossFit Ashlar, Feed Not Speed, unofficial, 12:58 on the clock.
Swole Patrol, last burpee, and they'll run across. I got 4 reps remaining for Southern Tilt. 3 reps remaining for Southern Tilt. Down here in lane 10, Team Malta with 1 more, and they'll run across.
And Swole Patrol takes that one.
1 more for Southern Tilt, and Southern Tilt will now race across.
And Latino Mix.
30 seconds to go.
Miami Heat runs it all the way in.
20 seconds.
And the Catalyst Chicks crossing that finish line before the time cap.
10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time.
Miami, give it up for your intermediate ladies.
Our time from our previous heat of 12:46 will stand. Give it up for our intermediate ladies, everybody. We got our intermediate males coming out next.
10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go at the Rain Sandbox, capping off day 2 here of competition for our intermediate males. Taking on Block Party here. 3 rounds for time. Team block carry and a sled drag, followed by 27 reps on the rig of 9 bar muscle ups, 9 chest to bar, 9 chin over bar pull ups. Then they'll carry those blocks back and drag that sled back and finish with 27 synchro burpees.
As you heard it, guys, athlete one's gonna jump up with intensity for those bar muscle ups. Second athlete chest to bar, third on the pull-ups.
Down here in 13, Les Petits forearms, Les Petits fourmis onto the bar muscle ups first. Down this end of the floor. Three savages in lane 16 now onto the chest to bar, as well as in lane 17, 2.5 med. Down in 19, just going with a classic kipping chest to bar pull-up, something you don't see at this level of competition. Way to stick to the basics.
And the boys are on their way back, ready to sack those blocks. Or just carry 2 at once. That works too.
Down on the ground here. Lane 16. 3 savages beginning their burpees.
The tax cheaters down here, quick onto their burpees right next door to these guys. What a fact.
Down here in lane 11, the team training day boys are now on to their first set of 27 burpees as well. All gentlemen down here onto the burpees, making their way back in lane 14.
Reaching near that 20 rep mark here for these guys. $20 reps for Wodapalooza.
No hands up down here yet. Lane 16,
But
first team down. 3
We got
savages.
Wodapalooza with a hand up down here with just 3 burpees remain, Cam. Out of lane number 8.
Down here in lane 11. Team Trading Day boys in lane 10. Hot as the sand, big as the ocean. Final burpees each, neck and neck with each other. And is up for the Short Kings in lane 12. And one more burpee for 3 savages here in lane 16, as well as in lane 17, 2.5 men.
Again, you're seeing that method of that team carry for that third block, so they don't have to make that additional trip back, and they can get rolling right on those bar muscle ups. So lane number 8, guys, first up on the pull-up bar. What a fact out of Homeless CrossFit in Mexico. And then right next door in lane number 7, the Tax Cheaters. Down in lane number 10, Hot as the Sand, Big as the Ocean from Rack House Fitness. Just down from those guys, Team Training Day Boys.
Down this way in lane 17 and 16. 2.5 men and followed by 3 savages now onto their 9 bar muscle ups here, chipping into that set of 27 reps on the rig. Here in lane 19 now, La Victoria boys beginning their 9 bar muscle ups for round 2 as we are approaching that 4.5 minute mark. Seeing some blocks being carried, seeing some sleds being dragged back down as they're finishing up on these final set of pull-ups. Down here in lane 17, all 27 reps complete for 2.5 men. 2 more blocks and a sled to carry to go.
Down in lane number 8, Wodapalooza boys back on their burpees, and just next door, starting right behind them in lane number 7, the Tax Cheaters.
Lane 17 on to the burpees here, 2.5 men. Looks like they'll be the 4th team on to the burpees here. Down in lane 11, Team Training Day boys, and as well as in lane 10, hot as the sand, big as the ocean.
We're at 10 reps down for Wodapalooza in lane number 8.
Twelve minutes and 46 seconds was the time to beat for our ladies. That was also set in the first of 2 heats. One of our gentlemen teams be able to set the time to beat here. 6 minutes in, all on the second round.
"20 reps down for Wodapalooza out of lane number 8. Well, we got a hand up, guys. The boys of Homeless CrossFit in lane number 8 on their final 2 burpees here, but we've got a hand up just next to them. The Tax Cheaters with 4 to go. But final burpee, now Wodapalooza is going to head on back to the rig, guys. We're
One more burpee down here in lane 17 for 2.5 men.
We've reached that halfway point. It is 7 minutes on the clock, gentlemen.
And on their way back, 2 blocks on 1 shoulder each. Sled ahead. Last block behind in lane 17, 2.5 men. 5 more burpees here in lane 16 for 3 savages.
The Team Training Day boys in lane number 11, all coming back as well.
La Petite Fourmi on the way back now in lane 13.
First on the bar, Wodapalooza, lane number 8. Joining them, lanes 7 and lanes 11. You got the Team Training Day boys and the Tax Cheaters.
Coming up on 8 minutes in, starting to see some teams down here getting on to that final round of bar muscle-ups here in lane 17, 2.5 men. Final time on the rig in lane 11, Team Training Day boys. And it looks like Wodapalooza in lane 8 is running away with this one. Now onto the pull-ups, but now down in 17. 2.5 men finishing off now to their chest to bar now.
These boys are hungry down here. All 3 athletes have completed their work on the rig for Team Wodapalooza in lane number 8 on the way back with all 3 of those blocks. And to follow the Tax Cheaters in lane number 7.
In lane 17, all 27 reps completed. 1 more block to go, and they send out that athlete to run down to get that block. Team Training Day boys. On to the burpees. Here in second place, the Team Training Day boys here in lane 11, and now down here in lane 17, beginning their last set of burpees for 27 reps.
Team Training Day boys, quick over the blocks and setting up shop in lane number 10. Hot as the sand, big as the ocean out of Rack House Fitness. Twelve reps down for Wodapalooza
No hands yet on these burpees. Down here in lane 11, Training Day boys. Down here in lane 17, 2.5 men. Final set of burpees here as we're just over 10 minutes in to set this time to beat. And I see a hand up down here in lane 11, Training Day boys.
Look
Final
at those
four reps.
guys. The Team Training Day boys with just 3 burpees left to go.
One more burpee for 2.5 men. And can
Here-
they catch up?
The Team Training Day boys will cross over that finish line, unofficial 10:44, and just behind them, guys, out of lane 17, 2.5 men. But 2 and 3 burpees remain down here. But running up to finish, guys, and in lane number 10, hot as the sand, big as the ocean. And in lane 7, the tax cheaters will follow. And Team Wodapalooza out of Homeless CrossFit crossing that finish line. We are just past the 11-minute marker.
Le Petit for me, one more burpees and they will make their way back. Here they go in lane 13. Good for a 4th place finish.
Brow Athletics sprinting to the finish out of lane number 9.
Hands up down here in lane 19 for La Victoria boys. The final 2 burpees before they cross. And down here, lane
across-
16, 3 Savages will now race across the finish line for a 5th place spot in this heat with 2 minutes remaining.
The boys at CrossFit Hype, lane number 3, students of the game, should finish strong. 2 minutes left to go. You heard it.
La Victoria boys will get across in lane 19.
Lane number 6, CrossFit Rive soon running to the finish, and just down from them, Team Lucifer also crossing over in lane number 1. 90 seconds, athletes.
Short Kings will get across as well. Lane 12. 2 more burpees down here in lane 18 for Make It Happen.
Running through that finish, Max Ability, the Empire, with 1 minute remaining. And crossing in lane number 5, Salt Pepper Lime. 40 seconds on the clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for lane 14. Man, I Love Fitness competing with just 2 teammates here. Third one got injured, but they chose to stay in the fight, and they're going through every event, doing their best, giving it their all here. Lane 14, they got 20 seconds to go.
Smooth as fast, guys. You've got 10 seconds on the clock. In 3, 2, 1, and time. Give it up, guys, for your intermediate gentlemen on a successful finish there. Bringing out our next heat of intermediate gentlemen, guys. In lane number 1, we got the intermediates. Lane number 2, mediocre movement. Lane number 3, tarps off. Lane number 4, magna cum laude. Lane number 5, CrossFit Southie. Phoenix in lane number 6. Elite Sen in lane number 7. CrossFit Identity Staff in lane 8. Apache Pack in lane number 9. Team Stamina in lane number 10. Real GS Lasagna, lane number 11. 2 Dumbbells, 1 Farmer in 12. CrossFit Skyfall Black in lane number 13. CrossFit Gangnam in 14. Born in an Igloo in lane number 15. The Moist Boys 2 in lane 16. BMI in lane number 17. The Krypton Bandits in 18. Snatch Me Outside 19. And in lane number 20, the Unmatched Cowboys.
2 minutes, athletes. 2 minutes.
Miami, can you put your hands together for all these blue shirt volunteers, equipment crew that's been running this all weekend long? Raking the sand, moving all the weights for these athletes. We tip our hat to you guys. Good job. I mean it.
One minute.
We're witnessing an engagement over here on the sand. Congratulations.
$30 seconds. Ten seconds. Team stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's rumble, boys. They're going to pull all their equipment down here.
Let's go.
And head to the rig for some bar muscle ups, chest to bars, and pull ups. Again, if you are new to this workout, joining us, guys, remember, sled drag, carrying all 3 of those blocks down. Athlete 1, bar muscle ups. Athlete 2, chest to bar. Athlete 3, pull ups. They bring all their equipment back for some synchronized burpees. 3 rounds. Time to beat.
Time to beat is 10:44. Setting our last heat here. CrossFit Southie sends their first athlete onto the rig here for those bar muscle ups, and we start to see a sea of men floating on this bar here for these 9 bar muscle ups. And once they're complete, they'll move on to the chest to bar. And down here in lane 6, your first team, Phoenix, now on to the chest to bar, as well as CrossFit Southie in lane 5. And down in lane 2, mediocre movement. Final event of moving day here for our top heat of intermediate male teams. 10:44 is your time to beat. Down in lane 6, carrying back all items, CrossFit Phoenix. CrossFit Southie now bringing back all the items and beginning their burpees in lane 6. Team Phoenix down in lane 8. CrossFit Identity Staff now on the ground for those burpees, as well as in lane 1, the intermediates from CrossFit Wintersville.
2 dumbbells, 1 farmer. Took a quick skip on this one.
Just over 2 minutes in here. 27 synchronized burpees over these Rogue ballistic blocks. Blocks weigh about 70 pounds each. They got to carry all these blocks as well as the sled back down before they can begin round 2 and get back on the bar muscle-ups.
Looking for that hand to see who's going to be our team back to the rig.
Waiting for that first hand up. 5 reps remaining here in lane 6 for Phoenix.
We got a hand up down here, guys, down in lane number 18, the Krypton Bandits.
CrossFit Southie with 3 reps remaining, as well as in lane 1, the Intermediates with 3 reps remaining. Final one in lane 8 here for CrossFit Identity staff.
On their way back, though, guys, lane number 15, Born in an Igloo out of the Academy of Lions out of Canada.
CrossFit Phoenix now on the way back, as well as CrossFit Southie carrying back the blocks and the Intermediates here.
Down lane 12 and 13, guys. 2 dumbbells, 1 farmer. CrossFit Skyfall Black.
All of our gentlemen now back to begin that second round. And down in lane 6, Phoenix now beginning those bar muscle-ups here. 9 reps in lane 1, the Intermediate. Starting to see some bar muscle-ups down your way. Lane 9, lane 8. Apache Pack and CrossFit Identity staff, and as well as in lane 10, Team Stamina.
We got an athlete on his way back, Born in an Igloo out of the Academy of Lions. The Canadian boys are heading back for some burpees.
On the way back in lane 6, Phoenix bringing back all the items here, all their blocks as well as their sled. And down in lane 1, the Intermediates now. 3 blocks down, the sled is there, and they're waiting to get those blocks on the floor so they can begin those burpees. But the Phoenix will begin those 27 burpees first. It will be about 2 reps ahead of the Intermediates in lane 1.
We got the 2 dumbbells, 1 farmer, and the Born in an Igloo boys starting their burpees at a very similar time. Just over that 5-minute marker.
CrossFit Identity staff will be about 1 or 2 reps ahead of the Apache Pack, lanes 8 and 9 respectively. And then down here in lane 10, as well as in lane 11, Team Stamina and Real G's Lasagna, rep for rep on this second round of 27 synchro burpees.
$12 reps down for Born in an Igloo. 9 for CrossFit Skyfall Black. 12 reps for 2 dumbbells, 1 farmer.
After these 27 reps, they got to bring back all those blocks and those sleds. As they are 6 minutes in, 10:44 is the time to beat. Plenty of time once they finish these burpees to get that winning score. Take home 100 points on moving day to round out day 2 here at the 2025 TR Wodapalooza.
Hand is up, though, guys. Born in an Igloo. The gentlemen of Canada have got 3 burpees left to go, and they are going to head back, but just down the lane from them, down lane number 18, the Krypton Bandits. Side by side with these guys.
2 burpees left for Phoenix here in lane 6. 2 burpees left for the Intermediates in lane 1. Down in lane 2, mediocre movement with a few burpees remaining.
The Academy of Lions in lane number 15 on their way back. Doing a partner carry with that block. Proficiency down in lane number 18, Krypton Bandits, and down there in lane number 10, Team Stamina. Ready to jump up on the rig, but the first one's on the rig, guys. Born in an Igloo out of the Academy of Lions, flying through his bar muscle-ups right now.
Down this way, lanes 1 and 2, the intermediates and mediocre movement now get all their items back to begin that third round as we are coming up on 8 minutes and 8 minutes. Coming up on 8 minutes here, lane 6, Team Phoenix beginning their bar muscle-ups.
One more bar muscle-up for Team Stamina, but they're already on those chest of bars. Born in an Igloo. That first athlete is headed back, both in lane 10 and in 15 down here.
Down in lane 6, Team Phoenix onto the chest to bar pull-ups as well as in lane 1 and lane 2. The intermediates and mediocre movement. Nothing intermediate or mediocre about the way these guys are moving through as they are about to finish up their 27 reps on the pull-up bar and make their way back with their sled and their blocks for those final 27 burpees. His hand. Lane 6 coming back now. CrossFit Phoenix, all items in hand for those final 27 burpees. And down here in lane 10, Team Stamina.
Born in an Igloo and Team Stamina.
$10:44 is the time to beat. Will one of these teams beat 10:44? We got plenty of teams on their burpees here. Lane 6, Team Phoenix. Lane 8, CrossFit Identity Staff. Lane 9, Apache Pack. And lane 10, Team Stamina. All on their burpees, as well as down here, the intermediates and mediocre movement in lanes 1 and 2 as we approach that 10-minute mark.
11 burpees down for the Born in an Igloo crew out of lane 15.
Ten minutes in, 44 seconds for that time to beat, 4 minutes until that time cap. $15 down in lane 6 for Team Phoenix.
We're at 19 down here, lane number 15.
It's getting close. I got a hand up for Team Stamina. 4 reps remaining, 10 minutes and 30 seconds in.
But heading back, guys, down in lane number 18. And they are going to run it back, guys, out of lane number 18. Krypton Bandits taking that one at 10:44 unofficial. And in lane number 10, Team Stamina.
Down in lanes 1 and 2, intermediates and mediocre movement just under the 11-minute mark.
And
As well as in lane 6, dragging their partner, Team Phoenix. Team 8, CrossFit Identity Staff, and now Apache Pack race across the same time, 11 minutes and 7 seconds unofficially.
Blue City Athletics boys crossing fast. And the Academy Alliance as well. And running up now, CrossFit Gangnam in lane number 14.
Final 5 reps here in lane 7 for Elite Send. Final 3 reps here in lane 4 for Magna Cum Laude. Down here in lane 4, Magna Cum Laude will get across, as well as in lane 7, Elite Send. Final 4 burpees here for CrossFit Southie.
CrossFit Skyfall Black will cross that finish line. Guys, we got 2 minutes on the clock. And lane number 19 and 20 sprinting side by side. Snatch Me Outside and the Unmatched Cowboys.
CrossFit Southie will round out the heat and will finish just over 12 minutes and 15 seconds unofficially. Ladies and gentlemen, that rounds out your intermediate males for day 2 here at the Tier Wodapalooza. Make some noise for our intermediate male division, everybody. Coming up next, we have our RX ladies coming out for their final workout of the day here at day 2 at the Rain Sandbox.
Wifey, what lane?
Gucci Gang, I think 16.
Gucci Gang is your wife?
That's my wife's team. My wife, my sister-in-law, and their
Your
buddy.
wifey.
Yeah. That's all right. Get it from Mark. I got you.
Tree. Lane 10, Young Guns. Lane 11, lucky number 3. Lane 12, Pacific Power. Lane 13, East Point Bend and Snatch. Lane 14, CrossFit Walkie. Lane 15, R2F Girls. Lane 16, the Gucci Gang. Lane 17, Where's the Beach? Lane 18, Two Masters and a Newbie. Lane 19, Waterside Mafia.
90
and lane
seconds.
20, Pro 1 Gals.
One minute, athletes. 1 minute. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. The ladies are off, guys. You got your RX teams of women picking up those blocks, pulling that sled, heading on down to execute bar muscle ups. With a total of 21 of them to be exact.
Seeing some teams doing the buddy carry here, one on his shoulder, sharing one in between them. Once they get all of these items back, they begin their 21 bar muscle-ups with one athlete completing 9, the second athlete 7, and the third athlete 5. Down here in lane 16, the Gucci Gang gets back all their items, as well as in lane 19, Waterside Mafia. Lane 17 will begin, as well as lane 15, Where's the Beach, and R2F Girls. What's better than this, Brittany? Saturday night lights here on the beautiful Miami Beach, flying through the air with these bar muscles with the crowd in your face. We got a hell of a workout here tonight for our RX ladies capping off day 2.
We got good music, as you said it, under those lights, and nothing better. The sun came out today for us, guys. Athlete number 1 is back down here in lane number 6. Ika coming to play. And follow suit, we've got Big Lift Energy, Lace Bloomers, lane number 9, Peninsula Life Tree.
Last couple reps here for the Gucci Gang. 3 reps to go in that set of 5 here in lane 16. Down in lane 19, finishing off those bar muscle-ups. And here in lane 18, bringing back those blocks. The sled is back here, and they'll wait for all 3 athletes to come on in so they can begin those 27 synchro burpees over the blocks.
All right, guys, starting up their burpees down in lane number 2, Cavalli. And right here in lane number 6, Ika coming to play.
Three teams down here all in the burpees. Lanes 18, 2 masters and a newbie. Down here right in front of me in lane 15, R2F Girls, the Gucci Gang down on the ground, as well as in lane 17, Where's the Beach? Where's the beach? You're right here, ladies. Right at Miami Beach, taking on Block Party.
Again, they've got a total of 27 to do here. We're at about 3.5 minutes in. These ladies moving with speed, with intensity, but equally solid communication to avoid any no reps.
Halfway done for some of our teams down here.
Hand is up, though, down in lane number 6. Ika coming to play out of CrossFit Phoenixville and Iron Cross Athletics. And we've got a hand up in lane number 8, Les Bloomers, with 3 to go and just 2 to go for Ika coming to play. And a couple more hands up, but we've got some no reps.
Lucky number 3 with 1 burpee remaining here in lane 11. 5 reps remaining in lane 17 for Where's the Beach. Last 5 reps here in lane 15 for R2F girls. And lucky number 3 will make their way down, sled in hand, blocks in hand, ready to go for round 2 to begin those 21 bar muscle-ups.
Lane number 6, Ika coming to play. And lane number 8, the Les Bloomers out of ADM CrossFit. And plenty more to follow down there in lane number 11. Lucky number 3 with that partner carry.
Down here, the Gucci gang beginning their carry, as well as in lane 17. Where's the Beach?
On the bar, though, guys, on our bar muscle-ups down in lane number 11. Lucky number 3. They are joining us from Guatemala in lane number 11. And a follow down in lane number 6. Ika coming to play. Lane number 8, Les Bloomers. In 9, we got the Peninsula Life Tree Young Guns right next to them.
Lucky number 3 onto the bar muscle-ups in lane 11. Down here in lane 17. Where's the Beach? Beginning their first set of bar muscle-ups, 9 bar muscle-ups for this athlete, as well as in lane 15, the R2F girls. Gucci gang now onto their bar muscle-ups here. First 9 reps into this 21, as well as in lane 18, 2 masters and a newbie.
They're posting up shop. Lucky number 3 in lane number 11, ready to get rolling on their burpees. And here they go, joining you from Guatemala, lane number 11, lucky number 3. And down on your end, it looks like the Pro 1 gals.
Coming up on halfway here, down in lane 19, Waterside Mafia. 3 blocks back, waiting for that sled to come back here. Here in lane 17, Where's the Beach? Bringing back the blocks. Down here in lane 15, all 4 items are back. R2F girls, sled is back, blocks are lined up, and they're getting ready to begin those burpees. But here in lane 12, joining lucky number 3 in lane 11, Pacific Power now on the ground here, finishing off the second round for 27 reps.
Looks like 15 reps down. Or 16 for lane number 11, lucky number 3.
Eight minutes in, 6 minutes to go. Gucci gang back with all their items, as well as Where's the Beach in lane 17. Down here in lane 15, R2F girls, and in lane 14, CrossFit Milwaukee.
Hand is up, though, with just 4 reps remaining. 2 more burpees for the ladies of lucky number 3. This is their final burpee. They're going to head back down.
Down
As
here
we're
in
at
lane
the-
19, Waterside Mafia with 2 burpees remaining here in this second round. Lucky number 3 blocks in tow, and the sled is on the way back to begin this third round in the lead to set the time to beat for our second heat coming up.
Lucky number 3 on their way down with that partner carry for those blocks.
Last 4 burpees here for R2F in lane 15.
Lane number 6, Ika coming to play. Lane number 9, Peninsula Lifetree.
Pacific Power on the way back to begin that third round, but down here in lane 11, lucky number 3 now, finishing off those last 5 bar muscle ups in that first set of 9 here for athlete number 1. Final time on this rig as we are coming up on 10 minutes in. Three burpees left for the Gucci Gang here in lane 16.
Lanes 10, 11, and 12 flying down there in the middle on those bar muscle ups. Young Guns, lucky number 3, and Pacific Power. Joining also is the Peninsula Lifetree out of Peninsula CrossFit. Down in lane number 2, Cavalli from Luther.
All 3 athletes done in lane 11 for lucky number 3. Blocks are on the way. Sled is back. She raced to get that sled back, and now all 3 blocks are on the way back for lucky number 3. And here in lane 11, lucky number 3 beginning their final set of burpees here. 27 reps and a race to the finish line as we are 2.5 minutes until that time cap. Still all alone here, lucky number 3. About 6 burpees down. Nobody else joining him for this third round, but here comes in lane 12, Pacific Power now getting the blocks down. 2 minutes remaining.
We got some hands up down there. Inching closer and closer as we're at that 12.5-minute mark with just 90 seconds remain.
Lucky number 3 still in the lead here, having a couple teams join them down here. R2F girls in lane 15, Pacific Power in lane 12, and in lane 10, Young Guns. But number 3 got a good lead here on these final 27 burpees, and here comes the hand. 4 reps remaining for lucky number 3 in lane 11. Final 3 burpees. Make it 2. Make it 1. 1 more burpee to go in a race to the finish line. And here comes lucky number 3. Lane 11, give it up for our RX ladies. Lucky number 3, 13 minutes and 9 seconds unofficially. Lucky number 3 is our only team so far to get in with 40 seconds remaining.
We got a hand up down here, and Cavalli out of lane number 2 with just a few burpees remaining. It looks like they've got one more rep for Cavalli, but heading down the lane. Lane number 12, Pacific Power, and Cavalli will follow.
Final 10 seconds.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time. Give it up, guys, for your lucky number 3 with a strong finish on that one.
That's right, 13 minutes and 9 seconds is the time to beat for our next and final RX Women's Heat coming out in the next 4 minutes.
All right, back to my living stage. See y'all at.
Cheers to Gucci Gang.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a birthday from our winning Heat lucky number 3, Maria Fernanda. Happy birthday. What a way to celebrate your birthday than a Heat win here at the Reign Sandbox. Happy birthday.
And out come our ladies, guys. Second heat here. Barbella's lane number 1, Triple Threat lane number 2, True North Trio in lane number 3, Most Stacked in 4, Union Stronger in lane number 5, Savo Strong in lane number 6, Iron Force in 7, Chris Odette's Dream Team in lane number 8, Golden Girls in 9, FSU in lane number 10, and 11 is the Latina Gang. Mia and the
2
Twins
minutes.
in lane 12, Brazilian Team in 13, Training Think Tank in 14, Stay KLM in 15, Retired Teen Queens in 16, Peak to Peak in lane number 17, 3 Blondes Walk Up to a Bar in 18, Barbie Daughters in 19, and in lane number 20, the Blue City X First Form.
One minute, athletes. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Team stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Final heat of RX ladies coming on out to the Reign Sandbox to take on Block Party. Teams are going to carry blocks that are 70 pounds back down to the start line, and then one will drag a sled with 2 45-pound plates. When all the items arrive on the other side of the floor, they'll begin their 21 bar muscle-ups with one athlete completing 9, a second athlete completing 7, and a third completing 5. Then they'll carry all those blocks and drag that sled all the way back and then complete 27 synchronized burpees over these Rogue ballistic blocks, 12 inches high off the ground and 70 pounds apiece. Seeing some ladies flying high in the sky all over the floor here. This athlete will complete 9 bar muscle-ups before athlete number 2 will go on and complete 7, and athlete number 3 completes 5.
You heard it, guys. 21 on those bar muscle-ups. They will proceed back down for those 27 synchro burpees, but on their way back right now, a handful of ladies in lane number 9, the Golden Girls, FSU in lane number 10, lane number 11, Latina Gang, Mia and the Twins and the Brazilian team, itching to get to those burpees.
13 minutes and 9 seconds is the time to beat for all 20 teams on the floor here for their final event of Moving Day, day 2 of 3 at the Tier Wodapalooza. Seeing some sleds being brought back. Couple ladies grabbing blocks. Teammate carries here. Team FSU's gets all 3 blocks back here in lane 10. Golden Girls in lane 9 have all 3 blocks back in their sled, and they can begin those burpees once they're all lined up nice and neat. But down in lanes 1 and 2, Barbellas in triple threat, as well as in lanes 3 and 4, True North Trio and most stacked onto the 27 synchro burpees.
Proficiency on these synchro burpees. 1 no rep makes a massive impact on that score. So these ladies are going to make sure to communicate to the best of their abilities and see who can snipe it back over to the rig for those bar muscle-ups.
3 minutes in. 13:09 the time to beat, just under that time cap of 14 minutes. No hands in the air yet. Once we see those hands, we know they got 5 reps remaining. Here are some teams down past 17 reps here. Lanes 6 through 10.
Ladies of Stay KLM at
And the Golden Girls.
Reps.
Golden Girls with 3 reps left, and the Barbellas with 3 reps left. And here come the hands. Lane 3, True North Trio and most stacked in lane 4. Last couple reps here. 2 more for the Golden Girls.
Peak to peak on their final 2 burpees down here on this end.
FSU with 1 more burpee to go. True North Trio. The Barbells in lane 1 get those blocks up and get ready to make their way back. And here come the Golden Girls. 3 of 4 items all in tow. Down here in lane 7. Iron Force now. 3 of 4 items on the way back. And FSU carrying back all 3 blocks and dragging that sled at the same time.
Again, they got to make sure all equipment is back before they can jump back up on the rig to execute those 21 bar muscle-ups.
Round 2 down in lane 1, the Barbellas, and in lane 10, FSU. Now in lane 3, the True North Trio. Top 3 teams down this end of the floor here, and it looks like overall they're getting their second set of bar muscle-ups.
Team Peak to Peak down in 17. Chimed in on that 4th position.
On to athlete number 2. For some teams, number 3. Seeing some sleds coming back as we wait for these last 2 athletes finishing off their 7 and 5 bar muscle-ups.
We got FSU and Latina Gang with their athletes heading back with that sled down in lane number 12. Mia and the twins as they wait on for athlete number 2 and 3.
Down here, True North Trio and Most Stacked all finish up with their bar muscle-ups. 1 block back in the sled as well. And they got 2 blocks remaining as their 3rd athlete grabs one to bring it back to set up for those synchro burpees. Here in lane 6 as well, Savo Strong, and down here in lane 7, Iron Force now have all 4 items back.
All 3 blocks have returned down to lane number 10. The ladies of FSU on to their burpees, guys, down on this end.
Iron Force and Savo Strong now beginning their burpees for 27 reps in round 2. And down in lane 1, the Barbellas, as we are approaching that 7-minute mark halfway through. Again, 13:09 is that time to beat for these 20 teams on the floor here.
Peak to Peak out of lane number 17. Moving crisp on their burpees. With 6 burpees down for Peak to Peak. Blue City down to lane number 20. Proficient on those burpees.
Union Stronger now on the ground for those burpees here in lane 5, coming from CrossFit Union Square. FSU is the first team down on these burpees, followed by Iron Force and the Barbellas, lanes 10, 7, and 1 down this end of the floor. Last 5 burpees here for Iron Force in lane 7. 4 burpees left here in lane 6 for Savo Strong, and last 5 reps in lane 1 for the Barbellas. And here in lane 3, True North Trio with a hand up for 5 remaining.
And it's up for Peak to Peak with just 4 burpees to go down here. And the ladies of FSU with just a few. And it's also up down in lane number 11 for Latina Gang. Final burpee for Peak to Peak, and they will head back down the line.
Lane 6, Savo Strong bringing back 3 out of the 4 items that they have to carry back here. Down here in lane 3, the True North Trio, 2 blocks and a sled on its way back. FSU carrying all 4 items back, 3 blocks in hand, sled on the way, and the Golden Girls are now joining them in lane 9. Triple threat with 1 more burpee to go and 2 more down here for Union Stronger. FSU looks like they'll be the first team on to those bar muscles, but down here in lane 6 and 7, Savo Strong and Iron Force now on to those sets of 9 here for those bar muscle-ups.
Peak to Peak, lane 17, flying on her bar muscle-ups.
Lane 3, True North Trio now on the bar, first 9 reps. Athlete number 2 on the bar for both Savo Strong and Iron Force.
Flying on those bar muscle-ups, stay KLM down in lane number 15. And in lane number 12, Mia and the twins Fast on those muscle ups and the Latina gang in lane 11. But on her way back, guys, lane number 17, peak to peak, retrieving all the goods to come back so they can execute that next set of synchronized burpees.
Down here in lane 6, Sabo Strong on the ground first for these final 27 burpees. Coming up behind them, Iron Force in lane 7. Sabo Strong, Iron Force, down here in lane 3, True North Trio. FSU now on those final 27 burpees as we are approaching the 11:17, 13:09 is the time to beat.
Peak to peak in lane number 17. Moving fast on those burpees. Lanes 10 and 11, FSU Latina gang as well. And ready to start their burpees, stay KLM in lane 15.
Coming up on over halfway here for Iron Force as well as Sabo Strong, lane 7 and 6. And down in lane 3, the True North Trio. We're about a burpee behind these two teams here in lanes 7 and 6. Rep for rep. It's going to come down to a race down to the finish line for our teams in lanes 7 and 6. Four reps remaining here for Sabo Strong. Lane 6. 5 reps remaining here for Iron Force. One more to go here for Sabo Strong in lane 6. And here they go. Sabo Strong running to an event win Saturday night here at the Reign Sandbox. 12:35 unofficially. And here comes just behind them Iron Force in lane 7.
Peak to peak with just one more burpee to go down here in lane number 17. And team peak to peak, lane 17 is going to sprint that one home to the finish before that 13-minute mark, and they will do it. Hands are up down here, though, for Team FSU Latina gang, and FSU, here they come.
True North will get in third down here in lane 3 as we are under 60 seconds to go.
Sprinting to the finish, though, Blue City in first form. And out of lane number 15, stay KLM.
Final 30 seconds to go. Few more reps for the Barbells in lane 1. And Barbells are on their way to the finish line as we have 15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our RX ladies. Sabo Strong capping off the night with an event win. Here for the block party, we got one more day of competition for our RX division. Stay tuned and be ready for tomorrow as we see who comes out top on the podium.
1 minute. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. And the boys are off, guys. You are watching your RX teams of men right now tackling some equipment movement, heading to that rig to take on bar muscle-ups.
We got a 14-minute time cap on this. 3 rounds of carrying those blocks and sleds, getting to those bar muscle-ups, and then those synchro burpees at the end. Our ladies, we're under that 13-minute mark for our times to beat here. Let's see what our gentlemen bring to the table for their final event of day 2 here at the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. And we see some gentlemen flying up on that rig. Lane 15, Unleash, in lane 13 and 14 now. True North Strong and the Ape Kids.
On their way back now, lane number 3, Evolve Philly. Lane number 5, Reverse Oreo.
Down this way in lane 13 now. True North Strong, as well as in lane 12, Beef, bringing back their sleds. And up this way here in lane 17, Union Strong. And in lane 18, Krieger Latem, making their way back with a couple different items. Seeing some blocks being carried, seeing some sleds being dragged.
Some team carries on those blocks as well, guys, as they line things up, ready to execute those 27 synchronized burpees, but already started. Evolve Philly out of lane number 3 right next to him. Muke Performance in lane number 2.
Down here in lane 19, EMF Underdogs. In lane 18, Krieger Latem beginning their burpees, and joining them in lane 20, the Tahitian Warriors.
Looking for that hand to come up, guys. So these athletes are going to finalize those first set of 27 synchronized burpees, where they then advance on to those bar muscle-ups. We're about 3 minutes in here.
All over 12 reps down here. Some teams over 15, getting into that 20 rep range. When those hands come in the air, we know they got 5 remaining. And down here in lane 12, Team Beef, final 4 reps. And down here in lane 18, Team Krieger Latem, final 3 reps.
Muke Performance and Evolve Philly will head back down. But first, guys, Evolve Philly stepping up to grab that sled.
Down here in lane 12, Team Beef dragging back all their equipment. Krieger Latem getting ready to carry all 3 blocks and drag that sled back together. These blocks are 70 pounds apiece. Some athletes carrying 2 at a time.
Once they've returned all that equipment, they're going to head back up onto that bar. But in lane number 5, guys, reverse Oreo on his bar muscle-ups. And down there in lane number 12, Team Beef. Down in lane number 3, Evolve Philly flying on those bar muscle-ups. And 2 down from him. Again, reverse Oreo. And just next door, Team Demantour north to south.
Karaga Latem down here in lane 18, the EMF underdogs, the Tahitian Warriors all on their first 9, as well as in lane 16, only gains. Here in lane 15, Unleash and Team Beef now chipping through their bar muscle-ups as they are past their set of 9 and on to their set of 7 with a couple reps remaining. Two athletes down for Beef. Last 5 reps here in lane 12 as the sled is just about back and they'll begin carrying those blocks to complete those 27 synchro burpees.
2 athletes down for reverse Oreo. And another 2 athletes down for lane number 10, Magna Pleasure Pack.
Down in lane 19, the EMF underdogs, all 3 blocks on the way, and here comes the sled, as well as Krieger Latem now. Sled is about to be back, and then the last 3 blocks are just shortly behind for them to begin those burpees. And here comes in lane 12, Team Beef now. All 3 blocks down, the sled is back to begin those synchro burpees.
10 Scales CrossFit awaiting their 3rd block.
Krieger Latem and EMF underdogs on to those second round of 27 synchro burpees, as well as down here in lane 16, only gains.
We're almost to that halfway point, guys. Just 6.5 minutes down. With that 14-minute cap, these teams are consistently flying right now. Itching to see a hand to come up as they head back down for those bar muscle-ups.
$18 down for Team Beef in lane 12 as we are approaching the halfway point. 7 minutes in, 7 minutes to that cap. Hand is up for Team Beef in lane 12.
Lane number 5, reverse Oreo, with just 3 burpees to go. Lane number 12, Team Beef, with 1 more to go.
Here they go. Hand is up for Krieger Latem as well as in lane 16. Only gains. And hand is up now for the EMF underdogs in lane 19. And the Tahitian Warriors also have 3 reps remaining here in lane 20. Team Beef, all items in tow. Sled is back and the blocks are not far behind. Here in lane 16, only gains on the way back with all 4 objects here. Lane 13, True North Strong coming back with all 4 objects. And now Krieger Latem as well as the Tahitian Warriors are on their way back with all 3 blocks in the sled just behind. And here
Reverse Oreo flying up there on the rig though. And Beef in lane 12.
Down here in lane 16, only gains on their first athlete completing 9 bar muscle-ups, as well as in lane 19, the EMF underdogs. Team Beef onto athlete 2. Team only gains onto athlete 2 as well. And now down here, the EMF underdogs onto their second athlete completing 7 reps. Only gains bringing back 2 blocks at once. Last athlete on the sled. Team Beef, sled is back, and the last 3 blocks are on the way. Down here in lane 19, EMF Underdogs get all 3 blocks, and the sled is on the way, not far behind. But Team Beef will have all their items here to begin those synchro burpees for 27 reps, 9 minutes and 45 seconds in. Lane 12.
Evolve Philly and Reverse Oreo heading back, and they are stacked up, ready to go. And here they come, Reverse Oreo onto their burpees, and just down from them, you said it, Team Beef.
Under 4 minutes to go. Only gains onto their final set of burpees. EMF Underdogs on their final set of burpees here in lane 19. Team Beef was the first team on to the synchro burpees for the final time here. Lane 12. Into the teens now. 3 minutes to go. Team Beef still in the lead here, holding strong. And the hand is up with 4 burpees remaining for Team Beef. Last 3 reps for Team Beef. Only gains with 3 reps left as well. They'll be behind. And here comes Team Beef. Lane 12, they'll get across. 11 minutes and 26 seconds unofficially. And just behind them, only gains 11 minutes and 28 seconds unofficially.
And Reverse Oreo crossing that finish line, 11:33 unofficial. And another burpee to go. Lane number 10, Magna Pleasure Pack will sprint it home. And just beside them, Evolve Philly.
Down in lane 18, EMF Underdogs getting across. Last 3 burpees remaining here for Krieger Latem in lane 18. Last 4 remaining here for the Tahitian Warriors in lane 20. And here come the boys in lane 13. True North Strong getting across at 12:10 unofficially.
Final burpee for Team Demantur, north to south. They're going to sprint that one home. And in lane number 11, 10 Skills CrossFit running across. And in lane number 9, Arieta Maz. With 90 seconds remaining, gentlemen.
Tahitian Warriors and Krieger Latem get across around the 12:20 mark. And here come the boys in lane 14, the Ape Kids. Final 4 burpees here in lane 15 for Unleash.
The lads with a strong finish. Just 2 reps to go for lane number 8, Metcon Zone. And sprinting to that finish, Muke Performance out of lane number 2. And coming at that finish line, Metcon Zone out of CrossFit Catania.
Last 3 reps out here in lane 17, Union Strong. One more for Union Strong in lane 17, ladies and gentlemen. And here they come racing across the finish line. 13:33 unofficially. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our first heat of RX Men on an incredible day here for day 2 at the tier Wodapalooza. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Final. Go ahead, Britt.
They are off, guys. This is our final heat of intermediate. I'm sorry, RX gentlemen on the floor. They're going to take their blocks, take that sled all the way down, where they're going to then execute their bar muscle ups. They bring everything back. Then for some synchronized burpees. They've got 3 rounds of this.
11 minutes and 26 seconds is the unofficial time to beat here, as all of our gentlemen taking all their items at once, and now we're starting to see some bodies flying on these muscle ups down here in lanes 3 and 4. OC Fit and Troy Boy Soleil's on those bar muscle ups here for 9 reps. Starting to see some blocks coming on back now after finishing off some bar muscle ups here.
Freedom Point CrossFit moving quickly with that sled as he comes back. And in lane number 15, EMF Training and the Daltons will return with that sled.
Down here in lane 4, Troy Boy Soleil's are now coming back. Sled, all of their blocks are back as well here to begin those 27 synchro burpees. It'll be down in lane 9, who will start just before them. 1 Thessalonians 5:11. OC Fit in lane 3 now on the ground for their burpees. $27 burpees here, 11:26 the time to beat. Two minutes and 45 seconds in. No hands in the air yet, but once we see them, that knows we have 5 reps remaining for that team. Down this way in lane 9. 1 Thessalonians 5:11 was our first team there. And here in lane 4, Troy Boy Soleil's. And now here in lane 6, I see a hand for DSM Performance and the Troy Boy Soleil's. Final 3 reps as well. And 3 more reps remaining in lane 9 for 1 Thessalonians 5:11.
Lot with just that single and double burpee yet remaining. And they will head back, guys.
And here come our team in lane 6. DSM Performance now. All blocks being carried. Sled being carried down. 1 Thessalonians 5:11 have all their items coming back, as well as the team in lane 10. CrossFit Depot.
2 final to go down here for the Indie Dogs. 1 final burpee and just 2 left to go for Freedom Point CrossFit. And 2 more just down the lane from there in lane number 14, the Daltons.
On the bar here, lane 6. DSM Performance, as well as Thessalonians 5:11. And down here in lane 4, Troy Boy Soleil's.
Utterly flying up there on that pull-up bar, though, to execute those bar muscle ups for a total of 21 here.
2 blocks coming back here in lane 6 for DSM Performance. Sled on its way with the last athlete going for their 5-bar muscle-ups. And Tuabo Soleil's down here in lane 4, bringing their sled back. And here in lane 9, Thessalonians 511, while they're taking the lead, grabbing 2 blocks after those bar muscle-ups and the sled on its way.
CrossFit Lumberyard with that double stack as well. And he's coming back with that sled.
DSM Performance, first team to have all 4 items back. Lined up and ready to go for those burpees here in lane 6. Tuabo Soleil is now on to their 27 burpees here in round 2, 5.5 minutes in.
Lumberyard flying on their burpees right now. The guys are stacked up in lane number 12, Indie Dogs. Freedom CrossFit coming back with that partner carry as well.
DSM Performance in lane 6, Tuabo Soleil and Thessalonians 511. Lane 6, 4, and 9. Your top 3 teams down this end of the floor as we are just over 6 minutes in. 11 minutes and 26 seconds is your time to beat.
Looks like 16 for CrossFit Lumberyard down there in lane number 11.
Hand is up for DSM Performance with 2 burpees remaining in round 2. 1 more to go, and they will begin their last carry. Final time bringing the blocks and the sled down to the bar for bar muscle-ups.
Hands up there for CrossFit Depot and CrossFit Lumberyard on their final one. CrossFit Depot, though, last burpee, and they will head down the road. And then 2 remaining for Lumberyard as they're heading back.
Tuabo Soleil with their final burpee here. They can begin their carry back, as well as in lane 7. Team Soul Daddies.
The Mayhem Misfits down in lane number 17 with just 2 burpees left to go. Indie Dogs, 1 burpee remaining, 2 for EMF Training out of France, but heading back down in lane number 17, the Mayhem Misfits.
Down in lane 6, DSM Performance. 2 more bar muscle-ups left in this set of 9 here for athlete number 1. All unbroken. Athlete number 2 gets ready to pop right back up for those 7 reps. And they'll begin those block carries back down here.
The Daltons on their way back from lane number 14, but just next to them, EMF bringing you from France. And the boys at Freedom Point CrossFit with just 4 burpees to go.
Last 5 reps for DSM Performance on the pull-up bar. 2 blocks down. The sled is on its way. Tuabo Soleil in lane 4. Last couple reps here for athlete number 2.
CrossFit 401.
And DSM Performance is on the way back. Sled is here. 2 out of the 3 blocks are laid down. They'll have 27 burpees. And then a race to the finish line. 11:26 is the time to beat. They can end this night with 100 points. Nine minutes in on the last set of burpees here in lane 6, DSM Performance. Thessalonians 511 in lane 9 now on their final set of burpees. Down here in lane 10, CrossFit Depot, as well as CrossFit Lumberyard in lane 11 on the final set of burpees.
joining them to that party down there. And coming up next with their set of weights, guys, in lane number 12, the Indie Dogs. And completing their block drop in lane number 17, the Mayhem Misfits will get a rally on those burpees. We're at 9 minutes, 39 seconds, fellas.
18 down for DSM Performance. Coming up on 10 minutes in, 20 reps down for DSM Performance.
EMF training on their way back here.
Hand is up. 4 reps remaining here. DSM Performance has 3 more to go. Make it 2. Make it 1. Final burpee. Ladies and gentlemen, racing back. Give it up for DSM Performance, event win. Here for the second event of the day at the Tier Wodapalooza at the Sandbox. DSM Performance will take it home.
And running it through, guys, lane number 10, CrossFit Depot taking that one at 10 minutes, 37 seconds. Unofficial, it looks like. And in lane number 12, we got the Indie Dogs. But Lumberyard sprinting it home all the way before that 11-minute mark here, guys.
Thessalonian 5'11" will get across.
Mayhem Misfits will cross that finish line.
19 reps down here for lane 5. Dude CrossFit. Last 3 reps here in lane 2 for Pro 1 Sabella. Lane 3, OC Fit, last 4 reps. Down here in lane 5, Dude CrossFit.
CFLC sprinting to the finish there with that 11.5-minute mark. Final 3 burpees to go for lane number 14. The Daltons on their last 2. 5 remaining for EMF from France. But down lane number 14, guys, we've got the Daltons sprinting this one home.
Dude CrossFit edges out. OC Fit for the next position here is Trois Bois Soleils get across with 2 minutes to spare.
And EMF training taking this one home down in lane number 15 with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Down in lane 1, Al, John, and Jack in Miami get across. Here in lane 8, Gary finishing off.
Freedom Point CrossFit wrapping up their burpees down here. Running it home though, lane number 19, CrossFit 4:01 to finish.
1 minute left, folks.
5 remain, guys, for Freedom Point CrossFit. Final burpee here for Freedom Point CrossFit. Miami, bring these guys home all the way through. And Freedom Point CrossFit crossing that finish line. Miami, put your hands together for our RX gentlemen with a solid finish to that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap on the day here at the Reign Sandbox. Congratulations to all these athletes. You have one more day of competition. We will see you guys tomorrow for day 3, the final day of the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza.